Good evening, everyone. Welcome both to everybody in person and watching via YouTube. I'd like to call the board meeting for January 27th, 2022 to order at 6:15. I'll begin with our tribute recognizing our historical partners. In partnership with the tribes who call Phoenix their home first, we acknowledge and respect the land our schools are built on. We commit to being a strong partner with any and all tribal nations who entrust their children to our schools. We are grateful and honored to be partners. Can we be led in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you very much, Dr. Weeks. Ms. Hunter, may we have a roll call, please? Dr. Laura Diaz. Dr. Carmen Trujillo. Present. Ms. Jessica Bueno. Here. Mr. Reginald Carrillo.
Here.
Dr. Alicia Bing. Here. Thank you. All right, with 4 board members present, there is a quorum and we are able to proceed. Let's move on to item A4, adoption of the agenda. Dr. Weeks, do you have any recommendations for the agenda?
No, Madam Chair.
Perfect. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Jessica Bueno, so moved. Alicia Vinco, second. Thank you very much. All in favor? First, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say nay. With that, the motion passes and we will move on to item A5. Awards and recognitions, Dr. Weeks.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the governing board, it is my pleasure to announce we have a full house of Star Award winners tonight. How fantastic is that? Dr. Diaz, are you with us this evening and can you help me with this? And if you're here to help celebrate a Star Award winner, would you please raise your hand? Fantastic. Then I would ask the governing board to step off the dais and let's properly support our Star Award winners.
We shall proceed. Madam President, members of the governing board, members of the Phoenix Central community, it is my pleasure to introduce Star Award winners from not 1, not 2, but 3 of our 15 amazing schools. So we're very excited today. Very excited tonight to have Star Award recipients from Faith North, from Hurd Elementary, as well as from Mural Elementary. And we will, And we will start at one of the City of Phoenix's most premier sites for early learning, Faith North Early Learning Center, where we have 2 wonderful Star Award
being formed, and the impact students are making in learning. Next, we've got volunteers from Gabriel's Angels. They are partnering with her school by providing volunteers to read with students in the school's ABC Read program. The mission of Gabriel's Angels is to inspire confidence, compassion, and best behaviors in children through pet therapy. First and second graders read to therapy dogs. Let me say, Myri and Millie once a week for 20 minutes. Through this program, students increase their confidence by reading aloud to therapy dogs. What a great way to instill the love of reading in students. Pedera School had a number of community partners who helped make students' holiday a little brighter. Partners donated 117 turkeys, 11 hams, and more than $1,375 in gift cards that were raffled off to students at the school's December reindeer run. Thank you, Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport, Kind Hospitality, Customs and Border Protection, S. Levy Foods, Paradise Laguerriere, SSP, Misty Cisneros Contreras, Melanie McLean, Annie Sleeper, Rosana Benitez, Julie Rodriguez, Cindy Lizaraga, Wes Peterson, Stephen Vitale, and Greg Montes for supporting Herrera families during the holidays. In partnership with the Wesley Center, the district hosted 4 COVID-19 vaccination events at Emerson, Capitol, Garfield, and Lowell over the last 2 weeks. Nearly 400 people received vaccinations at these events. We are pleased that our students and community took advantage of the opportunity to get vaccinated and are thrilled that Phoenix Elementary's participation rates are higher than other events held by the Wesley Center. We want to thank our school principals and staff for continuing to promote COVID-19 vaccinations with our families.
In December, Whittier School welcomed the Arizona Cardinals Gatorade Training Camp. 100 students were selected to join in and learn skills from a coach and a former Arizona Cardinals player, Marte Jenkins. Students warmed up, ran drills, and had a lot of fun. Thanks, Arizona Cardinals.
Hurd School hosted a family reading night in December with 30 families in attendance. Adults participated in a series of workshops, including PBIS for home behavior, a demonstration of reading strategies, and activities with take-home materials, and an introduction to Ames Lab and 95% reading with clubs. Children participated in caroling activities and craft. They watched the Polar Express, enjoyed hot chocolate and snacks, and received free books and readiness kits from United Way.
And congratulations to Garfield School. If you're from Garfield School, please stand up. Woo! Their partner, the Mullen Foundation and the Garden Project, for receiving their garden certification from the Arizona Department of Health Services. Folks, this is a big deal. Garfield School can now safely use the produce grown in the school's garden in the cafeteria as an approved source. This is a great way to have high quality fresh foods as part of the Child Nutrition Program. Congratulations, Garfield. I know you worked hard.
We recently published the new Family and Community Engagement landing page on our district website, including a directory of family engagement specialists and the commitments of Phoenix #1 Family Engagement. You can find the new landing page by clicking the Family and Community Engagement link under the Families drop-down menu on our homepage.
Try this like Mr. Quintana does and pull my mask down a little. So 7 district schools were awarded the 2021 PBIS Arizona Amazing Award. The award recognizes schools for successful implementation and outcomes with school-wide systems of positive behavior interventions during the COVID-19 pandemic. Congratulations to Capital, Faith North, Garfield, Kenilworth, Maggot Traditional, Hurd, and Edison schools, their PBIS teams, and Dr. Seth Alshire for assisting the schools in their PBIS efforts. Considering all the challenges our schools faced this past year and longer, this is an even more impressive accomplishment. Thank you.
And finally, it is always exciting to hear the success of former students. And Principal Magana at her school recently received a heartfelt message from a former parent. Joseph Quesada attended Hurd School from preschool through 6th grade. Today, Joseph is serving our country in the United States Navy as a mechanical engineer and is currently stationed in San Diego. Joseph is grateful for Hurd School because the teachers taught him to speak English, cared for him, and made him feel safe. Joseph Quesada, you are a shining example of success, and we thank you for your service to our country. And Madam Chair, that concludes the awards, recognitions, and announcements. A great way to start a board meeting, I would say.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Weeks. Moving on to section B1, our superintendent's report. We will about COVID.
So we were riding on such a nice wave, weren't we? And COVID is not the nicest wave. And I want to be clear that how much we appreciate and respect everyone in this district for the hard work that they put into making sure that our students have a safe place to learn every day and that they are receiving high quality instruction every day. And for them, I think we should give them a round of applause. All agree. COVID numbers don't look any better. And a couple of years ago, we would have been shutting things down with these kind of numbers. So make no mistake. But our systems are strong, our people are tough, and our kids are that important. So we continue, and we will continue to continue until this thing is behind us. We don't expect major changes to our health and safety plan at this time. However, we've been talking about some of the latest developments from the CDC and having conversations about the goings on with the county health department. But in the present moment, we're staying the course. We are staying conservative, and we will continue to protect the students and the staff and the communities that make up Phoenix Elementary. So thank you for your continued support and for your resilience and your resolve, focus, laser focus on the student success. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks. With that, we will move on to item B1. Receive and discuss information regarding the current issues to the city's constitutional school spending limit.
Yes, and it's no coincidence that I'm wearing my jacket tonight. My black jacket. Just to let you know. Mr. Quintana, I know you have an update on this, so please proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks. Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, fellow board members and community. I want to follow up a discussion and update regarding the aggregate expenditure limit that Mr. Damon North put up at the December budget discussion we had at the board meeting. So I want to get folks out to date to kind of what we see going on and what our plans are regarding to that. In that summary, I'm going to discuss the situation that's going on at the legislature at this point. Give you a little bit of background in the history of this, the aggregate spending limit. Uh, Kind of discuss a little bit of the financial impact that we could have here at the district, and if that's, if it doesn't get addressed. Talk about some potential legislative solutions as we develop a plan of action to address this issue, depending which way it goes. And also to address some questions that we have now that we don't yet have the answers to, but that'll be part of the plan that we want to develop over the next in a couple of weeks, few weeks. And feel free to, if you have any questions in the meantime, just ask me the question, we'll try to address it. Basically, the idea is that as an overall educational system, we have a certain budget that we go with, that we work with every year. And that budget this year is $6,019,979,906. And the way the aggregate expenditure limit is set up is that, and I'll give you a little bit of history behind it as well, that as an overall system for K through 12, that we are not to exceed the expenditures of the $6 billion, for the fiscal year. And at this point, we are projected to overspend that by $1.1 billion, by the end of June. And so that's something that, that's the current situation that we're in now. And if basically if the legislature doesn't override this expenditure limit, we could be forced to cut our budget, for the next possibly 2 or 3 months of the fiscal year. So that's something that we're trying to obviously avoid. The dollar numbers, they're not impacted or impacted by any federal dollars. Any order approved overrides, such as capital override and so forth, or bond funding. And so this really kind of attributes more to the M&O, mostly the M&O part of the budget, as the way the law is written. And a little bit of history, the AEL was established in 1980, as a result of a voter approved referendum that was passed back in 1980. At the time, we were 48 in the country, and Arizona was 48 in the country, and per pupil funding. And so that's when the level setting started within, this expenditures at that level. This affects all K through 12 public education, but it does not affect the charter school system, because at that point in time when this law was passed, the charter schools were not in existence at that point. So right now, this does not impact the charter school. The calculation it's very complicated, but it's basically it's based on student enrollment, comparing the enrollment at the time back in 1980 compared to ongoing enrollment every year, with an inflation factor plus an increase of 10% on the overall budget. That's how they come up with that $6,019 million. In its history, this AEL has been exceeded 3 times: in 2007, 2008, and 2009. And in the first 2 years, in 2007 and 2008, the legislature approved and overrode the limit and allowed the schools to continue to spend the funds. In 2009, however, the legislature did not approve an override, so the Department of the Superintendent of Public Instruction issued budget cuts to the entire system that year. And also over the years, some initiatives such as increased funding for 20 by 2020 initiatives have added to the expense, of our system. And so as a result, it kind of got closer to the expenditure limit every year. And that's just one example, but that's probably the biggest one that has impacted the limit since then. The financial impact for our district is that it could have approximately an $8 million impact on us, meaning that we might have to cut our expenses by $8 million. And I say approximately because right now it's hard to determine what the exact amount is, because we're not quite sure how they're going to divvy up the $1.1 billion cut if we have to do so. But we feel pretty certain that it's probably going to be somewhere between the $7 and $9 million range. but we'll give you more information in the next few weeks as we also get more information. So basically, if that, if that number is fairly on target, so basically equates to about 2 months worth of operational expenses for the district. We basically run on the M&O side, roughly about $4 million of expenses, each month. So the $8 million potential cut, basically equates to 2 months worth of operations expenses. If the AEL is not overridden by the legislature, we would have to make an $8 million cut and submit a revised budget by April 1st, of this year. So they do have to make a decision on overriding this AEL by March 1st. So if they don't override it, then we as a district have to submit a revised budget by April 1st. The kind of the most obvious solution is that in more short term is that the legislature passes, this override. And obviously it's got to be done by March 1st, like I mentioned. It also has to be passed by 2/3 of the legislature in both chambers. There's some other options available that are more longer term, meaning that they could either the legislature or the voters could put something on a referendum to the voters for either elimination of the limit in the AEL. But that's something that will probably won't happen at least until the November elections. So really, kind of the more short-term solution is for the legislature to approve this override by March 1st. And as far as developing a plan, we've been working on reviewing our financials and our budget, and to determine how and if we have to take these cuts. How do we basically cut our budget by 2 months worth of operations? So obviously that's not a small task. That's a substantial amount of expense that we have to cut. So we have to review our policies and procedures as far as how do we deal with our contract that we have, staffing contracts with teachers and all our support staff. How do we deal with RIF policies, reduction in force policies that we might have to put in place? So those are all things that we're looking at now, and to figure out between now and March 1st, if this happens or this happens, what do we do in those situations come through? The one thing that we want to do is, as far as developing our plan, is that we're thinking of our students first and our families, and so part of that means is that for us is that how can we continue the instruction and keep the schools open at least through the end of the school year, which is going to be on May 25th. So that's our first priority. And after that, we have to see what else we have to potentially cut, so we can hopefully keep the schools open at least through May 25th. And also, the Director of Finance, Damon, is going to present budget information through the second quarter of the year in the February 10th meeting. We will provide you an additional update, not just about the budget, but also this situation, and what our plans are, how they're being developed. There's a few things that, questions that right now we just don't know the answers to, that I want to run the by you so that, as we think through our plan, we can figure out how do we get answers to these questions. One is that, how is the restriction going to be implemented? In other words, are they going to allow us to continue spending money and continue operations, and being able to pay the bills, pay the staff, even after the April 1st timeline? Or are they going to just cut us off and say, you don't get any more funding? Or are they just going to cut the funding and let us continue spending what the money that we have already available? Those are things that we're not quite sure how that's going to play out. What is a portion of the overage that applies to Phoenix Elementary? In other words, the overall the overage is about 18% on the AEL, and so we're not sure if that's going to be if that's going to be the percentage that's going to be cut across all the districts based on our budget, or is it going to be based on enrollment? Again, we're not quite sure yet. And so those are things that, in the meantime, we're gonna try to answer those things, so we can develop a plan to address this. You know, again, we don't know if they're gonna calculate those expenses separately from other districts or not, but so we'll figure it out. And also we're not sure how, they're going to allow us to keep operating, in the meantime, whether it's on March 1st or April 1st or after that. Again, based on the numbers, we would have enough funds to continue, operations, until probably the end of April. The question is, what happens in May and June? And how do we keep operations open at that time? So, we also provided the board docs, information that the Arizona Center for Economic Progress, they summarized. I think they did a good job of summarizing this issue. So that's it for your review. And but also, if I can answer any questions, we're here available to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Quintana. So important dates are, what are those important dates? You said March 1st, April 1st, and then what's happening in May?
Yeah, so March 1st is the deadline for the legislature to approve an override, if they choose to do so.
Mhm.
And obviously, there's a lot of politics around that, we'll probably be here on that discussing the pros and cons of that. And so if they decide, or if they don't approve an override on March 1st, then we will probably instructed by the Department of Education to cut our budget or submit a revised budget by April 1st.
So we submit a budget April 1st?
Yes.
Okay, and then, what did you say happens in May?
So what happens in May that I mentioned that based on that potential 18% cut of expenses, we can probably continue operating our school until probably the end of April. But then in May and June, we have to figure out, are we going to be cut off at that point? Are we going to, can we find other sources to support the school in May and June? Or do we do layoffs, furloughs?
Yeah,
Those are things that we have to decide on.
I'm talking about June 30th.
Yes, June 30th.
June 30th, okay, so this is a issue that's stemming from the legislature.
That's correct.
Okay, and you said how many of them need to vote again?
I'm sorry, what?
How many of them need to vote again?
2/3.
2/3 from the House and the Senate.
Both candidates.
Okay, thank you. I don't have questions, I guess just comments. I mean, thank you for presenting it. This is something that we presented back in December. We should all be on high alert, our communities. And as Mr. Quintana said, Dr. Weeks has noted, we're putting a plan in place. Based on what happens if worse comes to worse from this legislature, who I don't trust. We should be on high alert, and Mr. Quintana offered some solutions that are being thought of. But again, the focus is on us to get with our community, to support and advocate and speak to your local legislative reps, whoever they are, for the need, because we will be severely harmed, impacted, cuts to teachers, cuts to staff. It is a situation that, again, we should be on high alert and, yeah, I mean, it is making us tremble and we're on it, but again, we'll have more discussion on it, but the reason why we had this presented today is so that our teachers know, our staff knows that we're focused on this along with many other schools, and that we're doing everything we can as a school board, but this is an issue that is beyond us too. Again, this is a state legislature issue. So, thank you, Mr. Donald.
I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Quintana, for that summary of what we're in jeopardy of. I just want to ask, is there anything today that we would approve that would hinder that situation? So is there something that we shouldn't consider today in our board meeting that would impact our projected, worst case scenario in the next couple of months?
I cannot think of anything, at this point, and, it's probably something that, at February 10th meeting, again, we're gonna talk more about how we're doing on the budget. I will say that, that current year to date, at least for December, we were running a small surplus, so that's, that will help with, the situation. I think at that point, Mr. Damon, can provide a summary and also, give us some more information about where things stand at that point with this. So I would say that, there's really nothing that we need to approve with this meeting.
Thank you, Board Member Petty and Ms. Glenn for comments and questions, and thank you, Mr. Quintana, for the update. As far as when we get information, you said as soon as we get information, we'll pass it on. Would that be more of just wait until February or like a board update?
Yeah, I think we can do both. If there's some things that change on the legislature, for example, because part of the issue is that, right now we're trying to keep tabs on what's going on at the legislature, and unfortunately, we haven't seen any discussion going on about this, which is, it's not very comforting, because there's something that should be top of mind for legislators, obviously, and so far we haven't seen any discussion taking place. So that, so if there are discussions taking place, then we want to keep you updated. So that could be in the form of a board update, or if the timing works out to be during a meeting, we can present it at the next board meeting. So the idea is that we want to obviously keep the board informed of what's transpiring. March 1st is probably going to come very fast, obviously, and so hopefully we'll start hearing some good news at the legislature. The unfortunate thing is that there's some folks that are trying to make this very political, with discussion about the AEL and versus the 208 discussion that's going on in the courts. So that's where the issue lies, and we don't, we're not quite sure which way it's going to go at this point, and it's hard to predict.
That was kind of where my thought was, is where are we waiting for information from? So thank you for the extra information there. Any further discussion? Well, thank you, Mr. Quintana. With that said, we'll move on to item C, our community communications section.
Madam Chair, I think it would be prudent for us to keep in mind a couple of things with regards to this unconscionable, lazy action by our lawmakers by doing nothing. And as you'll see later in the meeting, I'm in a position now where I can pretty much do whatever I want, so I'm happy to do that. But this is a good, well-known negotiating strategy is to be silent and to do nothing and to let your opponent work against themselves. We need to be careful of that. This is a time when Phoenix Elementary, all four corners of this organization needs to come together for one single purpose. And that is to do what's right for the success of our students and to have the resources to be able to do it equitably. So we're going to make known opportunities for folks who would like to go to the Capitol, spend some time to express their voice and their opinion. But make no mistake that we are in alignment with what needs to be done. And what needs to be done is for the lawmakers to do what they know is right, and that is to increase this limit so that we can continue to equitably support the students at Phoenix Elementary as well as the other districts in and around this state to do the same. 1 million students will be impacted by lawmakers doing nothing. That is unacceptable. So I'm hoping that you will join me and the governing board in expressing yourself with regards to this issue. So that's all I'm going to say in a moment. But this is important. That's important. And we will succeed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks. After processing a little bit, I feel very confident that our board stays very active and engaged in what's going on in our legislature. And they're always leading the way on how we can be better advocates for our students. So hearing you also show that support is it gives me good hope, and that I know for sure we will stick together on this issue and be able to advocate for our kids and show up and represent what Phoenix Elementary stands for next. So thank you, Dr. Weeks. With that, we will move on to item C1 and receive and discuss information on an executive search. And at this point, I think we would welcome Mr. Steve Community Communications. I think this part's what's been up before our actual. It's the same section. I was just as not confused, but it is in the same section that it is before. So, hi, Mr. Steve. Welcome. Thank you very much for agreeing to give us a little bit of your time to field some questions and give us some information on an executive search, because we are in the process of learning more about what this looks like when Dr. Weeks retires from our district. So welcome and thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the governing board. Appreciate being here this evening to represent Arizona School Board Association. And as you said, I'm going to give you a little bit of information in terms of an executive search. I'd like to draw your attention to your north wall to begin with. You've got a whole line of administrative leadership up there. And someday you're going to have one more picture at the end of that. And it's your responsibility to determine who that's going to be. But let me take you back 100 years, a little over 100 years. Because there's a gentleman back there, he get his picture on the wall, it says J.C. Cole. His picture is not up there, but there's a statement there of superintendent's duties. Those duties have expanded since 100 and some odd years ago. The bottom line is this: what is the responsibility of the superintendent? The bottom line is that everything, either directly or indirectly, through other administration or staff members. What does the board have to do initially? You need to start thinking about what that picture is going to look like, not physically, but what the person brings to the table professionally and with their background, their education, and all the things that they've done to get themselves into a position where they are comfortable being a superintendent and qualified on your terms to be a superintendent. You probably haven't had too many of those hard discussions at this point, and I would suggest you don't want to go too far with that, but you should have some idea of where you're headed. What is it that that person needs to bring to the table and assign them to that responsibility? I challenge you in this instance to have some of those discussions. They can be done in a board meeting, they can be done in a board study session, but you should begin that conversation. But I would also suggest you don't go too far, because you also need to decide, are you ready to take on that responsibility by yourself, with your current administration, HR, budget and finance people? Are you ready to do that? Or do you need a search agent? That's a primary discussion that you need to have. And I think later on in this committee, you can have that opportunity. So what happens? Whether it's you or without a search agent, or whether you have a search agent. First thing you need to do is define in greater terms what you're looking for. That person need to have a superintendent certificate. In Arizona, they don't need to. That person need to have past superintendent experience before they come here. That's your determination. Does the person coming here need to have a doctorate degree or not? What are all those components? And you either work with yourself or a search agent to define that. I want to define that to a point where you have somewhat of a 500-foot view of the person you're looking for. Why? Because you don't want to back yourself into a corner. It's really easy to paint yourself into a corner during this process, because once you advertise a position, you got to stick with it. You have to stick with the components that you determine. So if you say you want somebody that has light experience to your current superintendent, which would be several years' experience as a superintendent, several years of experience working with budget, finance, legal matters, state matters, and all of that, plus other things. Maybe they're well-written, and maybe they've authored text and such. You're going to back yourself into a corner that's so small that it doesn't allow you to see the full picture. So when you're working with a search agent, you need to take a look at how far do we want to drill this down? How far do we want to go before we say, that's enough for now? And then let the process of searching and talking with people and looking through files, just let that process narrow it down so that it becomes more clear to you as a whole what you're looking for. And I say that more clearly as a whole for, because I can guarantee you, if I were to meet with each one of you individually, so what's the most important thing? They're going to be the top 5 most important things that you want that person to do. They wouldn't all be the same. So we don't force that. You shouldn't force that. You should let the process build that. Start large, build it down. I use the example of a funnel when I work with boards. They put a lot at the top, work through it, shake it up a little bit, see what comes out of the bottom. When you do that, then you're going to be more satisfied. So once you've done that, then you need to create, you've got to that point where you kind of know what you want, you're headed that direction. You need to start looking at what your advertising document is going to look like. What are you going to advertise with? What are you going to say in the document? What are the professional skills, directive? What are the education? What's the background? You also need to talk about a salary range. What's the salary range you're going to have for this person? It's very competitive out there right now. The pipeline of superintendents, people ready to be superintendents, isn't what it was 3 or 4 years ago. And the reason is COVID got in the way. And we're seeing this nationwide. Nationwide, we usually have about 15% turnover with superintendents. We have over 25% now. I talked to people around the country that have the same position I do in state agency, and they're seeing the same thing. More job openings, fewer people to fill. So it is a difficult task, even more difficult probably this year than in the past because of it. But you then need to advertise. You need to advertise, and it is competitive, so you need to beat that competitive salary. Once you do that, you can, whoever it is, whether it's you or a search agent working for you, you can file these files. These files have applications in them, have reference letters in them, have background related to what their education is, credentials in here. Anything you ask for needs to be placed in that file, and then you get together as a board. You start looking through this, and you start churning those and thinking about what did you think you wanted, now what do you have, now where is that going to take us? With that, you have to then decide, okay, we've got umpteen files. These people are interested, but as we look at them, these people really, with their professional skills, they penalize the top. Doesn't mean the whole group isn't a great group of people, but you begin to narrow it down, and that's an awesome responsibility for you. Look, narrow that down, you screen them down, okay? Next step is the interview. A lot of things to consider. What are the questions you want to ask? What type of interview do you want? Is it strictly stand and deliver? We've got 10 questions for you. Please respond. Or you want to vary that. You want them to bring to the table an action plan for something that's important to you. One of the things I heard that's important tonight is budget and finance. One of the things I heard was important tonight is you have a strong culture here. It's easy to see that with the recognition that you gave to people, and also the fact that I watched when people came in tonight. There's a friendship here that is important. How do you continue that? If you're our next superintendent, how are we going to continue that? How are you going to bring yourself to a point where you're part of that? Those are questions. Now, those things can be asked either directly or can be done in presenting an action plan, presenting a PowerPoint presentation. There's also opportunities to do things like role play, which I've done many times where they don't know what I'm going to ask them, but I pretend in the sense that I'm a public citizen with students. And I have a issue. And I present the issue to them, and you see how they respond. What I ask them to do is, this is your third week on the job, it's Friday afternoon. You're ready to go home, but yet I come into the office and say, I need to talk to you about concern. You get to see how they react. So there's various ways to interview. That's something you have to decide. What is the best way to interview? Then it's our recommendation of ASB that you have a second interview. Because you take that first interview and you have to narrow it down again, potentially. Well, just meeting somebody first, it's really important. There might be a second, there might be a third interview. Question becomes, where is the public in regard to this? Where are your stakeholders? Is there an e-survey, electronic survey that you want to put out? To ask them what they think should occur and what they think this person should look like. You want to have a community meeting, very difficult this day and age with COVID to bring people together to meet these candidates or to meet the finalists and have them have an opportunity to even talk to them, hear them, and answer questions. We've had to recently go to having some of these things done online, but it is a decision that you would have to make at the time. Maybe it'll be better in 10 weeks than it will be than it is today. But bringing a group of people, and I've had as many as 550 people come to these from the community, and they get a chance to meet these people. They get a chance to ask questions. They get a chance to hear the responses, and then they get a chance to mingle after the fact. Is that appropriate today for your district? That's really your choice. Once you get to that point, you've got input from the community, you've got any survey input, you've got input for the ticket out the door related to potential form. You've got your interviews, you've got your files, put it all together, and it's time to make a decision. Time, let's talk about that. One of the things you're going to set up initially is a timeline of how these things are going to progress. But it has to be something that can be modified. Because when you get to the end of the process and you say, well, on April 15th, we're going to make a decision about who we're going to hire, you may not be ready on April 15th. You may say that's a good date up front, but when we get to that point, we need to have the option to say, we're not ready. Give you an example, I worked with the board in regards to this superintendent search several years ago now. We advertised, we did all the things that I mentioned. We got to the end, and he looked at me and said, "This not helping. Don't have the right person. What are we going to do?" I said, "Well, if I'm still the right person to help you, and I'll re-advertise, the ASB will re-advertise, we'll put it back out on the street, we'll collect more applications. We're gonna do more of the same, but we'll see if we can generate some new people." We did that, and about 4 weeks later, they found the person they wanted, and it worked. So that's just another component along the way. Don't be satisfied because you have a deadline, because you have to be satisfied. Keep working through it until you are satisfied. That includes right from the beginning, where you are today to where you want to be tomorrow, and determining how this next version is going to look. Again, not physically, but what they're going to bring to the table. And also, are you going to do this on your own? You're going to bring in a search agent. The search agent doesn't have to take over the whole process. You can do parts and pieces of it. Your HR department can, if you're happy with that, if you're satisfied with that. And the search agent can do some. That's a negotiation that you would have to have with the search agent and talk through the process of, okay, here's what we've asked for. What can we do to help you? And part of why do you do that? Well, honestly, you involve staff, money do a good idea. You also cut cost, because there's a cost to a search. It's not a free thing. The district your size, if you go through all components of comprehensive search, could easily cost you 10,000 or a little bit more. It would cost more than 10,000, which your CFO will tell you triggers the procurement issue. At $10,000 more, you have to have written quotes. We might, some districts can put out an RFP request for proposal. That's something you need to discuss. I know that you can talk with your CFO about how that works in greater detail. There's one thing you don't want to do is cross a line with procurement as you are looking for a superintendent. So, with all that said, you're looking at a 12 to 14 week process. It's not an easy process. What you gain by working with a search agent is a lot of those things that your board, or pardon me, your administration, current CFO, and others have to do fall on your search agent and fall on you. Differently than if you're working with a search agent. Search agent responsibilities are to coordinate, to make things happen at the right time, to do their due diligence, to make sure things are legal and appropriate. Your role is primarily make good decisions. Any time you talk to somebody who says they can make good decisions for you, I would say be cautious because you're elected to be the decision makers in the district. So make sure that whatever direction you go, you're in charge. You're in the end going to take the responsibility for whose picture. That's a very quick, not particularly comprehensive review of about 12, 14 weeks worth of effort and time. And I will now, Madam President, answer any questions that you might have. And I would suggest if you have a question regarding procurement, the chief operating officer is best qualified to answer that.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. You were great about answering most of my questions. They were all included here. Do the rest of the board have any questions for Mr. Hammond?
How much for ASBA would the search cost?
I'm sorry.
How much would the search cost for ASBA?
What would depend on, again, it would depend on what you asked us to do.
Mhm.
Full comprehensive search is, for a district your size, is somewhat costly. I understand you're about 5,600 students. So you're right on that, for us, you'd be right on that edge of about $10,000. And we don't want to go over that. So you'd have to, we'd have to make sure that we work with us, that we did enough that we, and not too much that we went over that amount. Can that occur? Absolutely. But likely some of your few things would have to move to your staff to be under, to be adequately under 10,000, that it wasn't questionable. But let me just say, you also need to be happy with the search agent. I represent one group. There are other groups that do this work. You have to be happy with who you have. It's just like with the superintendent. You bring somebody who's got all the qualifications that you ask for. You're not going to want them. You don't want to have that association with the search agent. You want to make sure you get along with these folks. So price is one thing that the association would have, and the camaraderie you develop during this, and the honesty that has to be displayed by a search agent and you, and the communication, that's very important. But, directly, yes, you would be, depending which one, could be over the $10,000 threshold. So I couldn't define that any more directly until I would know what exactly you wanted.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Quintana, so then after 10,000, we would have to put in a request for proposal?
Depends on whether we do an RFP or request for quotes. But also, I'm not sure if there's any agencies that are part of maybe a state contract. We would be able to procure something through an agency that's already part of a state contract, even if that's up over 10,000, but less than 100,000. So that's another option. We can look at what agencies are out there that can do this work that are part of state contract. If there's not any, or if there's not more than 3, then we can do a request for quote. We have to get at least 3 of those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quintana. Additional information, I wasn't aware of that. Doesn't sound like we have any other questions. I remember having our conversation, one of the examples that Mr. Highland gave as far as figuring out what work the district could, participate as far as an example. He gave the example of our district taking care of background checks, since that's something they normally do for staffing now. So just those kind of things to help us cut costs if we need to, especially with everything going on. But other than that, you really did answer all my questions, so I don't have anything further, but we do really appreciate you making the time to come down here with everything going on, and we will be in touch.
So thank you very much. It is an awesome responsibility on your part, but it also can be a lot of fun. And if you'd like us to be engaged in the effort, I just need to be advised and we start the process. Thank you very much. I appreciate being here and being able to present to you this evening.
Thank you. Grab my notes really quick. Oh, at this time we can move to community communications or the call to the public. Do we have any this evening, Ms. Alondra? How many do we have? We have 7. Alright. At this time, the board will hear comments from members of the public who have submitted requests to address the board. Each comment will be given 3 minutes to share. Please note the governing board members are not permitted to discuss or take legal action on matters raised during the call for public comment. All right, let's set the timer and we can proceed. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paul Wilbert. I am a parent of 2 kids that attend Shaw Montessori, and I have 2 kids that are in Montessori College prep program at Camelback who also attend Shaw. I want to first thank the district staff and the Shaw staff who have worked very hard to keep kids in school and to make school and our education run as smoothly as possible during the COVID pandemic. With this said, I feel as a dad, after seeing and experiencing COVID affect our district for almost 2 years now, even with new policies and mandate and rules and masks and vaccines and the detailed daily cleaning, but still seeing kids and staff still miss school and work due to COVID, I am ready as a parent for the district to change their policy to allow students to attend school without masks as an option and to reduce the number of days to 5 if one must stay away from school if someone has a positive test. Thank you again, Paul Wilbert. Number 2. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Chico Robinson. I am an educator at Kenilworth Elementary School, an AEA board member, and a proud member of PECTA. I'm speaking here today because public education is in danger. If the aggregate expenditure limit does not get an override, Arizona public school districts would be forced to cut $1.15 billion from their budgets. This would lead to major staff layoffs and operation costs in the school year. Our district would need to cut $8,097,989. The AEL has just over a month to have an override by our state legislators or schools will close. Educators will be laid off. Where will our students lead? How will we pay our mortgages? We need answers and transparency on what this district is planning to do if there is no override in March. We are wearing black and holding a walk-in at Kenilworth Elementary before our contractual workday begins on the public sidewalk. I ask all board members, district employees, and community members listening to stand with us from 7:10 to 7:30 a.m. on Monday morning. In solidarity, Chico. This is from Shia Robinson. Good evening, Superintendent and board members. My name is Shia Robinson, and I'm writing as a concerned community member. I've been watching as this legislative session has produced attack after attack on our public schools. Time appears to be running short for these politicians to pass a bill to override the aggregate expenditure limit. And it's tough to be hopeful that they'll do the right thing when they're currently passing bills through committees to dismantle the public school system a piece at a time. The community of Phoenix Elementary, including employees and students' families, are feeling the anxiety of knowing we are at a tenuous place regarding our futures. Does the board have an emergency plan in place to make the financial adjustments required if the limit is not overridden? How will decisions be made regarding the school closures and or layoffs? Help us prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. Next one. To whom it may concern. I am growing concerned about the aggregate expenditure limit, which will greatly impact the funding of public schools for the 2021-22 school year. If it is not overwritten by March 1st, 2022, the AEL will cut the budgets of several school districts, including Phoenix Elementary School District, without affecting private and charter schools. However, there is a lack of transparency in regard to how the governing board will respond to these concerns. What will happen if the AEL is not overridden? How will our students and community members be affected by this? Thank you. Shivani Dalal. This is from Jeff Wright. He's a parent of 2 Shaw students. Greetings to the school board, parents, and community members. Thank you all for your time. My name is Jeff Wright, and I have 2 young children at Shaw Montessori. I am writing today to encourage all members of this community, especially the school board, to move away from COVID mitigation measures that have objectively not worked and as intended, and have in fact been detrimental to the happiness, development, and flourishing of our precious children. I'm referring most specifically to masks, which for 2 years have impeded smiles, social growth, speech development, and optimal learning environments for our children. It's been made clear now from numerous studies, healthcare professionals, epidemiologists, and plain observation that masking our children for the past 2 years has not helped to stop the spread of COVID. This is even more true now with Omicron. Please let us go back to the way we all acted just 2 short years ago as sane and clear-headed people with our children's best interest in mind. Let's let each parent decide the safety measures best suited for their child based on known risks. When a child gets sick, keep them home. Let healthy kids be kids. It is no longer March 2020, and we have observed very clearly that COVID in any variant is a no statistical threat to our children. Many of us know this firsthand as our children had 10 days of vacation with mild to no symptoms after testing positive. As this truth becomes increasingly clear every day, it's also coming to light the negative impact constant mask wearing can have on children's learning, socialization, and mental, physical, and emotional health. Students, the young ones especially, need to see the mouths and facial expressions of their teachers and classmates for learning and development. If one so chooses to wear them, now more readily available, N95s work exceptionally well for the wearer, regardless of what others are doing. This means teachers, parents, and children can protect themselves as they see fit without imposing on others. For my family, wearing masks is a highly disproportionate measure considering how mild Omicron is, especially for kids. Based on the vast amount of data available, we know that this is the right choice for our family. Other families might decide differently. Let them decide. Let's bring smiles back to Phoenix schools. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our next. Good evening, President Trujillo, Vice President Bueno, Board Member Diaz, Board Member Carrillo, Board Member Vink, Dr. Weeks, and members of Cabinet. As the president of PECTA, we first wanted to take a moment to congratulate Dr. Weeks on his well-earned retirement. We will have a more detailed send off closer to the end of the school year. But we thank you, Dr. Weeks, for your years of service here in the Phoenix Elementary School. Tonight, the focus of my community comment is in regards to agenda item B2. Receive and discuss information regarding current issues to the state constitution school spending limit. March 1st is quickly approaching. If the state legislature doesn't do its job, we're going to lose more than billion on April 1st, 2022, due to the aggregate expenditure limit cap. I know you know that, but I really wanted to stress this point to those listening at home. Dr. Weeks, members of the board, district representatives, please join us at the Capitol. Whenever a committee decides to hear either HCR 2012 or SCR 1022, we need the voice of our superintendent, our governing board members to join the voices of educators in telling the legislature to do their job. Representatives and senators are holding our funding hostage, whether it be for ESAs, for all students, or bogus election bills. They are all dangerously coming close to dismantling public education here in Arizona. Maybe that's the goal for them, so let's push back. They obviously don't care what teachers and educators think, or else we wouldn't be stressing about this in the first place. Seeing actual superintendents and board members down there might be the only chance we have to keep Phoenix Elementary afloat. You bring added weight to the conversation. Your name and title mean a lot. All of you are respected in the education community, and I couldn't think of something more powerful than you telling these legislators the reality of the situation and telling them not to play politics with our students. We look forward to standing together with you and keeping our district thriving for years to come. Jay Barbudo, he is a 7th and 8th grade ELA educator at Edison School. Okay, this is our last one. Good evening. Is the board aware that there is an Arizona Parental Bill of Rights that states 1602, Parents' Bill of Rights, Definition 5, the right to make healthcare decisions for the minor child, including rights pursuant to sections 15, 873, 36, 2271, and 36, 2272, unless otherwise prohibited by law. That the FDA defines masks being used in relation to COVID-19 are medical devices. Based on this alone, this need to be the parent's right if their child wears masks. It is our job and legal right as their parent to make the decisions that we think are best for our children medically and religiously. The school is overstepping these laws set in place to protect our parental right, and this needs to show change, and the mask requirement in the district needs to be voluntary. Thank you. Candace Bowler. That concludes our community communications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alondra. Was a lot of you. Normally they split them up sometimes. Thank you all for your participation through now. We do appreciate the time taken and your joining us this evening. At this time, we are choosing to convene to an executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03 to receive and discuss information for the public body regarding the superintendent selection process. From time to time, the school board will meet an executive session, which is not open to the public. Prior to the beginning of an executive session, we just will announce what time I don't think it should take longer than an hour or so, but no voting will be done in the executive session. Everything will be decided on when we come out. And I think we should probably also take a break before we vote in there. So I'd like to call for a motion to adjourn to executive session. Just one also moved. Do we have a second? Alicia Danko, second. Thank you very much. Any discussion? Hearing none, we will adjourn to executive session at 7:38 p.m. And let's take 5 or 10 minutes to go to the bathroom before we meet in there. My apologies. With the motion in place, all in favor to adjourn to our executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. With that, the motion passes, and we will see you back shortly. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, thank you for remaining here with us. This evening, we will resume to regular session at 8:19 PM. And we will move on to item E1, which is to provide direction to the attorney for public body and or district administration regarding next steps in our superintendent selection process. Am I making a motion to start this or?
Madam President, you did have some options discussed in executive session. You're welcome to outline those for the board if you'd like to, and then you could ask for a motion related to any of those options.
Okay, so no motion first, okay. Regarding options, everyone, one option we would consider would be to hire a search agency to complete our executive search. We could direct a district to do the superintendent search on our own, which would be the second option. The third one would be for us to direct the district to hire a certain internal or external candidate. And then the final option would be to direct the administration to put an interim superintendent in place until one is found. So with that, everyone, I would love to hear everyone's perspective on what they would like to see going forward for the district and what that vision looks like.
Something I'm focused on is just keeping this cost low, keeping this not, especially with our financial situation, current financial situation, is keeping this cost low, possibly free. Also, I mean, I'm just thinking of positive and negative. We do have enough time, so I don't see why we would need to hire an interim superintendent. We do have up to expires June, right? So we do have enough time to do a search. I don't see that last option as viable or necessary for one of the mentions.
I would be in favor of a search. I feel like we really owe it to the Phoenix L community to do a search to ensure that we choose the best possible leader for all of our students and our staff and our families. I know that we have some incredible leaders within our district, and I certainly hope that we would have both internal and external candidates apply if we were to do a search. And I do not believe that our staff has the capacity to do a search for us or within our human resources team right now. So I would be in favor of hiring a search firm that was aligned with our district values.
Thank you, everyone. I would recommend that we also participate in procuring a search form, just so that way all of our due diligence is done. We've got the guidance and support from people that are experts in this area. This is something new to myself as a board member, and knowing that our district hasn't used this process in quite some time. I do believe it's important that we listen to our community, and the only way that could really organically and authentically happen would be to have community forums, these surveys, and really get a good pool of candidates, and I don't think that is possible without having a search firm, so that would be my reason to support a search firm as well.
I would like to motion that we provide direction to the attorney and our district administration to hire an outside firm to do our superintendent search.
Am I able to second? Yes, I would like to second that motion. Any discussion on that? All in favor of hiring a search firm, say aye. 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 All opposed, say nay. With that, our motion passes.
All right, Madam President, the district administration will bring back a recommendation to the governing board regarding the search firm. You will have to approve that at your next board meeting or thereafter.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we are finally to our consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Just one motion to approve our consent agenda. Alicia Bank, I'll second.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Any items on the consent agenda? All right. All in favor of approving the consent agenda as presented, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. With that, the motion passes. And we move on to item G1. With Dr. Gonzalez regarding the job description.
Good evening, President Trujillo, members of the board, Superintendent Weeks, our viewing audience and cabinet members. Tonight we are bringing forward a job description for a family-centered technician. This will be a person who will help to support the work that we're going to be doing in our Family Engagement Center. So I'm going to we have a presentation on our Family Engagement Center that will help to explain a little bit about what this position will do, but will also give you an opportunity to see where we are progressing in terms of our Family Engagement Center. So I'm going to ask Paloma Orozco to present. And I can move the slides for, or actually Rocky will move the slides for you. We moved the presentation to this side because the table has a better filter so that the viewing audience can see in color what we're working on.
Okay, great. Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Superintendent Weeks. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. As Family Community Engagement Coordinator, it's been my honor and pleasure to coordinate our family engagement team across the district, as well as to collaborate with Phoenix One staff, families, and community members on our Family Center initiative. So today I'll share with you some updates around that project. First, telling you a little bit about who is the Family Center Task Force and how have they been involved. Updating you on the services, resources, and partners associated with our Family Center, and conclude with SPS Plus architecture and a presentation of their planning and 3D renderings of the floor plan. So I'd like to start first with a brief poem that I shared at our first task force meeting, which is a meeting of families and staff representing each of our schools in the district. As a way to center the discussion. So I'll just read it briefly. It is from a collection of Tonapan poetry, When It Rains, edited by Atalia Cepeda. When I walk in the desert, the birds sing very beautifully. When I walk in the desert, the trees wave their branches in the breeze. When I walk in the desert, the tall saguaro wave their arms way up high. When I walk in the desert, the animals stop and look at me as if they were saying, welcome to our home. So
This is a way that opened our first meeting and I plan to use at our next meeting, which helps to center our discussion around being mindful that we are caring for our home. Phoenix is our home, Phoenix One is our home. So caring for our home and one another. So in that, so to share with you briefly about Task Force One, there's a picture there from left to right of teaching staff at Bethune, our family engagement specialist at Edison, and a family member from Hurd. And so here they are in discussion. You can see the poster boards in front of them where they brainstorm. What are the services? Who are the partners? And what are the resources that can benefit our families through this center? And Task Force One, as well as Task Force Two, it was virtual, have 30 attendees between families and staff members representing 11 of 15 schools. So from Task Force One, we took all of that information and I worked with our federal programs team and feedback from whoever might be interested to create a survey to open the discussion, open the call for input in the greater district. So that survey then became something that was disseminated district-wide. So our amazing engagement team members at those schools that do have family engagement specialists, and then for those that didn't, I worked directly with their office staff and their social workers and the principal IEIS to send hard copies home, to post on Dojo, social media, and other ways, including our own district social media pages to get the word out. And with that considered, I also had kind of a data pool that would help me to identify at each school which families' home languages or a language other than Spanish or English, so that I could work with their site teams or reach out directly, as I did in many instances, to go through surveys one-on-one using language line, language that they are comfortable speaking. From that survey, we had over 230 responses representing all 15 schools. So as a Task Force 2, when I presented this information, I showed the top 4 areas of interest and need that families expressed in these 4 categories. And family needs, they said that they were interested in and could find need themselves, or that they knew other families could benefit from: nutrition assistance, referrals for medical and mental health services, referrals for housing assistance, and legal services. And academic needs, assistance with school supplies, a central place that would help provide information about preschool, exceptional student services, 8th grade to high school transition, or even about how to interpret standardized tests like iReady, as well as a central location to support them in joining their school site for school-specific PTA. As far as workshop topics, the top 4: school policies and expectations, like for COVID-related policies or anti-bullying expectations, hands-on activities, high school and scholarship applications, child development, topics such as the adolescent brain or coping with trauma, and homework tips for parents to help their kids at home. As far as adult classes, they were very interested in special topics like cooking, finance, English and Spanish classes, as well as computer classes. And the last major category question we asked of those responding was, do you see our family center, our system of family support being one location or many? And so ultimately, they shared that their feeling was towards multiple locations, and they shared that by selecting either one central and several satellites, or simply just saying several satellites. So when we met with Task Force number 2, the other thing they shared was the talents. Families, what talents do you have to share at our center? They share things like singing, cooking, teaching, or computer skills. And I like one of the remarks here that also states, my talent is being a supportive parent that likes to get involved in my children's academic progress. That is a talent, and so I'm glad that they were willing to share those ideas, and look forward to communicating with our families to bring them to the center with those skills and talents. So when I met with the Task Force 2, after sharing these as the top 4 interests in each category, I let them know what have I been working on and who have I been collaborating with to target these, which ones are currently in progress. Nutrition assistance. Right now I'm in communication with St. Mary's about their backpack program, providing children and their family of 4 weekly meals, as well as being considered as a potential candidate for an on-site pantry. referrals for medical and mental health services. We are currently partnered with Southwest Behavioral Health, and I'm also in conversations with Wesley Community Clinic. Assistance with school supplies, information around kind of those academic needs, as well as PTA support. Those are certainly things that I am collaborating with a range of Phoenix One staff to provide centrally. Hands-on activities, again, Phoenix One staff looking at some STEM activities, particularly at our grand opening for children and adults. Child development. So we are drafting an MOU, and I'm in conversation with Child Crisis Arizona. They will be providing 2 workshops a month on a variety of parenting topics, as well as for 1 Friday a month, child car seat demonstration and distribution. For English classes, this summer, June to July, Rio Salado will be providing a workshop for English classes. And again, within Phoenix One, I am in communication with staff who are interested in providing some sort of computer tech programming, but I'm also still in conversation with many community partners. As far as multiple locations, well, we have identified the first site, our central site. It is going to be ongoing dialogue in terms of how do we have individualized support and family centers within the facility of each school. So here you see logos representing many of the partners that families and staff suggested in their survey responses. With Aliento, Chicano por la Causa, a variety here, targeting a lot of those sources, resources, and supports. When I shared with the task force number 2, I let them know exactly what organizations I'm currently in conversation with, have MOUs in progress with, and I'm targeting. Since then, I've been in conversation with the Black Theater Trio. I've sent communication to Aliento, and a few others. And Wesley, of course, is included up there. I also asked our second task force, for those present for the second meeting, what is your availability to attend family center events, and what are your ideas for hours of daily operation? And in terms of attending family center events, anytime after 4:30 or later afternoon, and 90% were comfortable by April or May attending in person or virtually. So when would you utilize the family center? So I gave them 3 options based upon models in the surrounding area of other family centers. Alhambra Family Center, part of Isaac. So what I've seen is that there may be Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30, or more limited schedule Monday to Thursday. But what's been common is they have one day that's kind of their long day, till about 7 p.m. So the first is Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30. The next 2 options present 2 different days as the long day. The majority voted that they preferred Monday, the kind of the standard schedule, 8 to 4:30, with the long day being on a Thursday. So this is still under discussion, and in Task Force 3, we'll talk more about finalizing and what would be a reasonable expectation for daily operating hours. I also asked them, what are your ideas about the family center name? Here I presented the logos, and we talked about messaging, part of Isaac and Nourish Phoenix. So the logo and the name kind of play on each other. I also reminded them of the word cloud that Task Force 1 created when I asked, what words or what does community mean to you? That's another way to brainstorm for our family center name. We then broke into breakout groups on Zoom, didn't let the conversation die at all. They had wonderful discussions, a lot of great ideas. We decided to narrow down the options based upon how do we communicate to the public this is a place for community and family based on the name alone. So with that in mind, we narrowed it down to 4 choices. You can view them here, with the winner being Phoenix #1 Family Center. We also asked them to brainstorm. At this point, we did not have the name, but they shared some of the visuals that they had their heart set on, such as a saguaro and a heart, or a family creating the shape of a house, or the Phoenix mountainscape or cityscape. We are still working on that. Now, a big part of getting the word out and involving our task force in communicating to our public what we have coming for them, looping in our staff and our Phoenix One family here in the district, we have created a website.
It's a one-page landing page for now. It talks about the overall district's mission in supporting its families and students, as well as the center itself as a collaborative, inclusive space where families can share their talents and ideas, receive support, make social connections, and participate in educational opportunities. So here we'll also operate those daily operating hours or update, sorry, when we have those. And of course, we let the public know that please come join us for the grand opening in April, May. So I will also be creating some infographics, organizing, again, with COVID in mind, what our task force feels comfortable with in terms of block walks, class dojo, robocalls, all of our lines of communication that work so well to get that survey out, to get the word out about the Family Center. So that when we open in April and May, all of our partners who have worked to get resources and other supports there can really see the public support. You can scan the QR code or type in the bit.ly if you'd like to use it on your mobile device, or take a look at the site and its responsiveness. So we did walk through the floor plan with SPS Plus Architects and Plant Services was so kind to share with Task Force 2 a presentation, walk us through the 3D renderings, allow our families and staff to give feedback about accessibility, how to make the spaces inclusive and accessible as possible. But a special thumbprint that I would really like for our task force, or that focus group of families and staff to have, is to curate a small children's library. And so at last meeting and our next meeting, I've asked for their favorite 1 to 2 children's book that we will purchase or have donated in some way, to really have that fingerprint on the center itself. So before we have SPS Plus Architects give their wonderful presentation and walk us through those 3D renderings, I do just want to say thanks to them, as well as our Director of Plant Services. Okay. Our governing board members, the task force families and community members, Dr. Gonzalez, federal programs team, and huge part of what's made these conversations possible and which keeps these dialogues happening on each individual site is our family engagement team. So if I could say them by name before we transition to the floor plan presentation: Sylvia Mendez, Roxana Martinez, Erica Mendoza, Rocio Levy, Magali de Jesus, Marta Lupercio, Annette Guevara. So it's been a collaborative effort. Like I said, it's very much my honor and pleasure, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Paloma. And before we begin to look at the architect's renderings of the Family Center, the position would be housed at this Family Engagement Center, at the Phoenix One Family Center. We're going to start using the name that the task force has selected. This position would be somebody who would be present so that as families are here, as our partners are coming to operate in the space, this is the person who helps to orient them to make sure that the facility is opened on time, closed on time, that it's welcoming and that it's cleaned up and everything is cared for. So that as people come, it's a ready space for them to be able to be welcomed and supported. This position would be someone who would assist Paloma in all of the work that she's doing with all of the outreach and helping to make sure that everything we're trying to do flows not only from the center, but out to our school sites and with our partners across the district.
I just want to make a comment and thank you so much, Paloma. I have had the pleasure of attending both meetings. The first one that was in person here in our district office, the second one that was online, and I just want to say thank you so much for such an incredible job. The online meeting was just held so efficient and collaborative. We still took the collaborative spirit of our in-person, taking it onto online. So I just want to make sure that you're recognized for all your hard work and all the effort that you put into facilitating these meetings. So thank you so much.
So at this time, we are requesting your approval for this job description. If you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain those.
I have a quick question, Dr. Gonzalez. Would this be an hourly rate position or a salary one?
This is an hourly rate position. It's a class 12, or excuse me, class 11. And it's designed based, the classification is determined based on the job description. So it's based on what are the skill sets that we're asking for and what are the responsibilities that the person would have to fulfill.
And I did read through it. So my next question would be, would this role, this position be required to contribute to the ARS that meant like minimum 11 or 12%, whatever it is?
I am going to have to defer to Dr. Diaz. I believe the answer is yes, but I don't want to speak out of turn.
Yes, Mr. Mr. Members of the board, all public employees of the school district, including this one, would be required to make the contribution, of course, with 100% match from the district.
So I just asked that because the salary ranges were so, there was such a wide gap there. So towards the higher end, of course, it seems like a doable task to ask, but at the minimum, if we're requiring that person to be taken out, that doesn't really leave someone enough to not probably have another job after that. So that is a really big concern to me if we're supposed to be headed toward equity and having a conversation about what that looks like going forward. And I know it is difficult with, especially everything we are talking about with the expenditure limits. But I don't feel confident in making a decision on this without speaking up about my concerns. So I'm briefly answered my other question this morning, this afternoon, as far as salary ranges. That was helpful to me. I'm just concerned that that's a lot of responsibility for someone to have to open and close a place like that, as well as do everything else, and still not be able to get another job if they need to. So that's my input right now so far. Dr. Gonzalez, do we think that, I guess, what would the likelihood be of us hiring internal versus external?
We would definitely love to find somebody internally and perhaps even somebody from the town task force who would be eligible for the position. So we're open to, we want to find the best person for the position, but obviously if it's an opportunity, a new opportunity for one of our existing employees or for somebody on the task force, that would be a dream come true.
Is that the process? Do we, if we'll be the process, I mean, is that done all at the same time, internal and external candidates that will apply?
Yes, we would post it and announce that the position has been posted and use our regular vehicles for getting the word out to people. And then there's an application process and an interview process.
So Dr. Diaz's response was that if it is so internal, that kind of might adjust the grade level. I don't know if that's the word used, but we just.
But I think that there's an experience with moving you along the chart in terms of where you would be placed.
And that would definitely make a lot of sense. But if we are going to be operating on trying to make everything cost as cheap as possible, that really just concerns me that we're going to get what we pay for, and that's going to be someone that's really burned out. So that's just my piece on it. If there's no other questions, we can definitely move on. But I think we've got to vote on this item before we move on to the next one. No other questions? All in favor of, let me get my wording corrected. Yes.
So sorry, I do have one question. So based off of the presentation that we just heard, some of the questions about when the family center would be accessible was Monday through Friday, but that's not set yet. So would it change if there was the Saturday that it was open? Would that change the qualifications that, Mr. Deal brought up?
I don't believe that would change the qualifications. What we would have to do is change the days of the week that the person would work. So we would have to have a flex schedule that they might, and we have the budget capacity in ESSER for this position to be able to hire more than one. If we have that need, we don't want to go that route until we actually have demonstrated need, obviously. But we would be able to flex schedules and make sure that people have, that we're working at the times that the center needs to be open.
And that really opens up the possibilities there, as far as, again, what if it's so busy that we create more jobs, so. that's fine. Do we have a motion to approve? I'm sorry, any other questions? Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the new job description of family center technician as presented?
Anybody have a motion?
Do we have a second?
That's the one on second.
All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. With that, the motion passes. And we'll move on to item 2. To the issuance of the purchase order for SPS.
So we are very excited and we're fortunate to have two of the architects who've been working on this design proposal for us. The design proposal at this point is just that, it's a proposal. We are waiting for approval from the board for the next phase of this, but we thought it was important for you to see what they're looking at being able to do in the Kenilworth, the Kenilworth basement. That's the place that we're looking at for our first family engagement center. Chris Walberg from Plant Services has been, and David Iacomo have been phenomenal in helping to secure a location, looking at all of the considerations that the Family Engagement Task Force put forward in terms of what they wanted for a location. And we'll go ahead and invite our two architects up to present. And this is the second part of your presentation packet on your beds.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent, Louise Captain Kevin, Director of Interior for SPS Architects. With me is Mural, and he's going to provide Spanish translation for those that don't need to do.
And will you please make sure to speak into the.
Yes, so sorry.
Thank you.
We'll just tag back and forth like that. And see if I can repeat it. So SPS Bus had the opportunity to tour the Kenilworth location just prior to the Christmas holiday and begin to start conceptualizing what the space could be like for the Family Resource Center.
SPS Plus tuvimos la oportunidad de caminar por la escuela y empezamos a pensar en unos tipos de conceptos para lo que podría suceder aquí.
Some of the programming requirements, as you see on the slide, were to incorporate small group and large group meeting spaces, computer docking stations, touchdown and collaboration areas, lounge seating, and book and toy storage.
Algo que queríamos hacer es encontrar espacios para crear un espacio para juntas de grupos pequeños, juntos grandes, estación para reemplazamiento de computadoras, zonas de elección para colaboración y también almacenamiento para juguetes y para libros.
Our process was to start modeling the space and to start planning out the arrangements of the different types of spaces within it. The key plan that you see on the left locates where different types of spaces will be placed. And the images on the right, or center and right, show some inspiration for types of spaces that we would design.
Nuestro proceso empieza, nosotros empezamos a modelar el plano de plan y en la imagen de la izquierda es el plano de plan y las imágenes de la derecha son como los espacios se pueden ver.
The color palette that you see at the bottom is derived from the Kenilworth School and the historic palette that is throughout the school. It also presents an opportunity for some softness that's welcoming to all families.
La paleta de color es elegida por los colores existentes de la escuela y también para ayudar a crear zonas que puedan sí, para que el espacio pueda ser sí.
So this is the same floor plan, but now instead of inspirational images, you can see how we've developed the space to be how it could look in the future for the Family Resource Center.
El mismo plan, pero las imágenes a la derecha son las imágenes que nosotros hemos creado con nuestro concepto.
The lounge or lobby space is an area where we have an existing staircase and columns that presents an opportunity to divide zones of seating areas for benching and for lounge. It also gives a big wall opportunity to do some modern artwork in a historic building. Shown here is the historic skyline of Phoenix from the 20s.
El vestíbulo nos tiene columnas y presenta oportunidades para que creamos zonas que sean cómodas. También tiene una pared donde podemos utilizarla para tener un gráfico de la ciudad de Phoenix.
Some of the wall paneling that we're showing also gives opportunity to install pictures of families and historical artifacts that we would scan that are currently in the basement of the school.
Las paredes también nos dan oportunidades para que pongamos fotos que sean históricas, que son existentes y para que se puedan usar en el espacio.
The person that you just agreed to all hire in the future will be sitting at this central location. This reception desk has some pictures behind, which could also be on a TV and serve also as an informational board to families. This location is centralized for maximum visibility to the whole center.
La persona que va a trabajar en este espacio se sentaría aquí. La recepción está situada donde tiene la mayor visibilidad para monitorizar y también para ayudar a personas que entran por ambas entradas. Las fotos también, el espacio de la pared de atrás tiene una oportunidad para que pongamos una tele que puede tener diferentes cosas para que las personas saben.
There's a space in the center and it's for children to gather, but it's also very flexible. We're calling it the kids corner. So it's flexible space for children to play with marker boards and also a Murphy table that can fold down for activities and display and collaboration.
El espacio en el centro también tiene una oportunidad para que pueda hacer lo que le llamamos la esquina para niños. Para que sea flexible, para poder tener, para que ellos puedan jugar y también aprender. Tenemos también una mesa que puede jugarse entre la pared.
We also know that the center is going to have some storage needs because it is a business. And so there's some work counter and storage areas for games, activities, and business operation needs, paper, pens, etc.
También va a tener este espacio para crear almacenamiento adicional para diferentes cosas, porque sabemos que también para de trabajo.
You may also see some funny pipes in the ceiling. Those are because we're in a historic building and we'll have some unique elements that we can use as opportunities for accent paints and interest.
La tubería también nos da oportunidades para que la pintamos de colores acentuados. ah,
One of the zones is a touchdown space, having areas where persons can bring laptops. This is between the columns and is a separation between, separation, but also like the middle point between the reception area and the what will join to the larger collaboration zone.
Una de las zonas también podría ser para colaboración. Está entre los existen columnas y también conecta los espacios que están creando en este espacio.
So looking at the space as a whole, all the spaces join together for a larger collaboration zone. The collaboration zone has flexible furniture that can be flipped, nested, pushed aside, reconfigured for maximum flexibility for all activities within the space. The picture that you see on the right is showing that we can have some furniture that provides, whether it's rocking, maybe some interactive monitors, knowing that the families are there with young children, that they might need to have some moments of soothing, they might need some moments of distraction while they can still participate with the larger group.
El espacio de colaboración tiene mezcla de diferentes mesas de trabajo tradicionales que pueden mirarse y también analizarse. También en la imagen de la derecha hay diferentes asientos que pensamos que las personas pueden usar para que estén aprendiendo y aún así tengan diferentes niños.
In this improvement, there'll also be restroom facilities for both men's and women's and children's changing stations.
En ese trabajo también vamos a poder hasta tocar los baños para que todos los hombres y mujeres tengan mejores.
There's also going to be an expansion area. So the space that we've been showing so far is about a 2,000 square foot footprint. And there's also an opportunity to expand that to another 2,000 square feet in the basement to what could be the an area for historical museum displays with some of the artifacts that are stored there currently, as well as more space to expand the center as it gains popularity.
También habría la oportunidad de duplicar el espacio y crear un museo donde podríamos tener artefactos que estén ahí y también crear un espacio para las personas si ya estuve en popularidad.
We do have a virtual member from our team, and she can do, if she can gain access and give control of the screen, she can do a slide through.
También tenemos una de nuestras coworkers, nuestras guiadas en línea y van a caminar por el modelo en 3D.
Or press fingers.
And if it doesn't work, you did notice that there are QR codes on each of the different photos. You can take a photo with that. That's why we printed the presentation out for you so that you can take your own personal tours of each of those spaces with you.
Yes, we may have technical difficulties with her getting on there.
Si no sirve, pueden tener en cada slide tenía un código que pueden escanear con su teléfono y les ayuda a caminar por el espacio también.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. So that's the presentation. And we are requesting approval for the issuance of this purchase order. If you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
Yes, I do have a couple of concerns about the floor plan. It was presented to be an open floor plan, and based off of what our community responded of what their needs are, those needs seem very intimate, and I just don't see the privacy of a family asking for referrals for legal services, being shared, separately and privately. So I'm a little concerned that this floor plan is just too collaborative and too open. Is there a way that we can find space for privacy and just have that that be available for families? Because I'm very concerned about that.
Thank you for asking that. There, in the area that we're currently calling the kids zone with the Murphy table, it's the area that's able to be closed off by glass doors, so creating multiple functions. So if it needs to be for children one time, for maybe a private meeting another time, that would serve as a dual function. In the phase 2 expansion of the space, then we can go maybe into more purposeful and like dedicated space for just those functions. Thank you, Ms. Brown. That was also my concern. Looking at this, since we just got the wording prior to the meeting, I didn't get to see this prior to tonight. And right off the back, it looks like a college social area to me, and that thinking about my community, I don't believe they'd be feeling super welcome in my college area. So I do have a lot of concerns that this looks more professional and corporate than it does like a human services safe space for families to come to ask for help. Thank you, Madam President. The good thing about concept design is that it's not built yet. So we look forward to having more input and making revisions so that we can make the make a design that is acceptable for everyone. With that in mind, I also wanted to ask too, why this location was chosen as opposed to a different space. But that can come later. I just wanted to spit it out before I forgot. Yes, and I believe that with that the location was not determined necessarily by us, but we were brought in and given the space to design to that space.
And we can provide an update for you, but when Chris and David were looking at different spots around the district, we knew that we were already doing work at Kenilworth, and so it was an opportunity to do more work at Kenilworth to fully finish that space and to create a place that had easy access from the freeway, had an important historic presence, and recognizing that we had that museum that was not being utilized, it was an opportunity to bring that to fruition as well.
Didn't realize there was, I've been to Kenilworth a million times. My daughter graduated from there. I just really see that as secondary to the needs of this space. We really need it to be a hub for families to come and go and not necessarily look at the walls and kind of walk around. So is it possible that, or maybe I'll ask, what were the other options that we had, and how, besides the museum and the access, in the space you were already working on, what were the other reasons, I guess, that this was the chosen piece?
The other reason was the proximity to the downtown area and to the transportation. It's on bus routes, it's easy off the freeway. So those were also considerations, but we can talk with Chris and we can put together a full complement of the reasons that that site was selected for you in a board update.
My question was just, are we approving, I see 47,000 and then I also see 500,000 as the construction cost. So what are we?
We're approving the purchase order for the design. So it's for the architect design contract. And then once we get a concept approved, then we'll bring the next part.
Okay.
And so that's just to give us an estimate. And to Board Member Bueno's question earlier, are we looking at things in the agenda later that we have to worry about funding? This is from our bond fund, so it is not monies that are affected by the expenditure of the like.
Okay, and the construction cost is the like all-inclusive number, but that we're not voting on right now, I got that, but we are voting on design, which would lead to construction, so that's kind of.
Right, that's the upper ceiling that we're willing to negotiate up to, so that's why that number is in there.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I think for me, I do love it. It is modern. We see why you picked Cannon Waters. The thing that I'm concerned is just for me and for many people of color, you walk into a space and doesn't reflect who you are or your culture, and that's what I'm seeing here. That's what I'm also not seeing here. Culture or space that doesn't reflect the community that we serve, which is a majority of people of color. So it's something that our families will walk into. I would want them to see that, to walk into a space where they feel safe and secure, but part of seeing that is like seeing themselves reflected in the space, whether it's through images, just however you can move that in would be something that I would support and that I would love to see.
Thank you for your input. We've had one opportunity to meet with Paloma and the task force, and we look forward to more so we can develop this further.
Like even having that poem that Paloma read earlier inscribed there, something like that too, just thinking of creating ways to lead culture or the people of this land into that space.
I have a question about the ask of the governing board tonight. So the way the agenda item reads is to approve the scope of work presented by SPS Plus. But we've heard some questions and some concerns. And so what is built into the flexibility of modifying the design within the dollar amount that you propose? Because I wouldn't want to be coming back, looking to approve a change order. Because there's been significant loss. Where are you? Are you with CDs? Or are you just in concept?
No, we literally are just in concept. We did the concept so that we could present something to you all here tonight, so you can see the space three-dimensionally and start to imagine possibilities. But what's up for approval tonight would be to engage our services to go through all of the design phases based on the budget, and one GPA, or it can be changed to a hobby. They're all kind of similar in their percentages for the scope of work.
I noticed that your fees are about 9.4%. Are you also including construction management?
We do everything through construction administration. So, your typical phases of schematic design, design development, presentations to the board, such as this for approvals, and but all the way through construction administration until you guys get the keys. What does that mean in layman's terms to answer your question?
They provide all of what an architect does. He's the boss of the job. So he'll manage all of the trades, all of the other disciplines, all of the engineering. So you'll do all of the structural, electrical engineering. You'll do all of whatever contractor we hire. We'll collaborate with you, and the district is kind of a three-person squad to make sure that the project turns out. Right. My concern is front loading 47,000 on a $500,000 estimate when we have obvious concerns about kind of the shape and scope of what that basement's gonna look like. Right, I don't know if we have an estimate dialed in yet.
Yes, and I do think that, and if we were to talk about the normal processes of design, and working with a general contractor, then we would give them a design, like, we've already given, a general contractor for preliminary estimates. Just, hey, this is kind of what we're thinking of. This is the square footage. They'll usually at the very beginning, put a dollar amount based on past precedent of other types of similar projects. So a per square foot cost on past precedent and costs that they've had in their data bank. As we move forward with, so we'll do that at schematic, we'll get that, high level cost estimate. If we think we're in a good space, then we'll keep furthering design through design development. Design development is when we bring our engineers on board. And so then we get a further deeper look into what those costs are going to be. So we have mechanical, plumbing, and electrical specifications as well as ours, but then go to the contractor, so they have a deeper meaning within their budget number. So at every single phase, the contractor can come and say, this is where we're at now, the budget. Maybe if something happens and they're like, well, this is looking really high. Maybe we've had our subcontractors out to the site. They're thinking there might be a challenge in this. So then at that point, we can make some modifications to design to help to bring the project into budget. And that comes from your major trades. That also even boils down to all of, finishes and such as well, so that we can maintain design intent without going over budget.
Well, there's lots of different procurement options, right? There's construction manager at risk, there's job order contracting, less than a million, this is less than a million. Yeah, this looks more traditional. Is it the architect's intent to recommend to the governing board be hard bid for the contractor?
It would probably be my recommendation to do either CM at risk or a job contract. That way you can have that person up front doing the we call pre-construction services, which is that cost estimating at every design phase. What typically happens with hard bid is that if we don't have that contractor partner in there to do the cost estimates all the way through, then we usually find that, we've done this design and everybody's in love with it, but, then we see, their viewpoint as well. And then we have to, it takes more time, I would have to say, because then we have to make design alterations and such. Whereas if we have that contractor partner during the whole process, it's more smooth and we can basically come out with a design firsthand that works and that is in budget. So that would be my recommendation to the board.
Construction manager at risk is an alternative delivery method of construction that's been around, I don't know, 15 years or so. And just like the term implies, risks deferred to the contractor, kind of. Right? But the way it works is that it mitigates the adversarial role that you used to see in construction, where the architect was over here, the owner was over there, the contractor was over there, and everybody fought for change orders. The CM at risk process is far more collaborative, and it's been used a lot. It's fairly well vetted. It's a good system. So I would agree with the architect for that. I guess my concern, other than the concerns that you brought up, the concern now that I'm seeing this thing again is, hey, where are you going to put the stuff? There's stuff. Communities need stuff. Backpacks, food baskets, stuff. Where's stuff going to go, right? And some of that stuff's big. We've had backpack, issuances, and there's been just pallets and pallets and pallets of backpacks. So where's the stuff going to go, right? Maybe it's that back room, that extra 2,000 square feet.
Yes, that's exactly right. In order to make more people space, we maximize the people space in this phase one, and phase two is going to serve as more of the storage space until we develop what that program is going to look like.
And the other is, this is a 100-year-old building. There's going to be unforeseen conditions, guaranteed. I would recommend to the governing board that if you choose to vote on this item tonight, that you put a not to exceed contingency clause in your language to guarantee that the anti fee will not exceed the amount set forth. So up to, not to exceed the $47,000. Which means you're signaling to the architect that you're not willing to entertain a change order or a separate purchase order. Makes it a little more difficult for any nuance, additional fees that might be coming our way. Because you don't know, you just don't know what you're gonna get when you get down there. And the contractor's not gonna know what it's gonna be.
Did you say phase two as in like the $500,000 would not complete the space? There's an additional phase before it would be have all of the storage?
So the current phase two location is housing what I'm calling historical artifacts and other storage elements. And so part of this phase one would be definitely a district clean out and inventory of those spaces. There's Native American artifacts in there that might be good to have those returned to their appropriate tribes. And so there's going to be a clean out of those things. I know that I'm not necessarily like the right person, but we do a lot of work with the tribes so we can help to identify maybe where those artifacts should go and help the district in that fashion. We do see that it's going to be inevitable to have the general cleanup of that space because there's going to be some inevitable overlap between the two spaces if we're dealing with electrical or plumbing and those kinds of things. So, but it won't be I would have to say, it would be more of a storage space and not necessarily an occupiable space from the standpoint of bringing families into there in phase one.
Right, but the storage space itself is what makes the other space usable, right?
Correct.
So, okay, but to make the storage space usable, that's additional dollars that's not currently projected yet.
Yeah, we have not programmed out that square footage yet.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Under the proposed exclusions on your proposal, it says structural engineering to be determined. What does that mean?
Our structural engineer has not walked the space yet. We do know that there's, because of, we were able to see some of the existing wall conditions. There was a recent remediation from a leaky pipe, so we were able to see some of the gyp board that was removed from walls and identify which walls were stud and which walls were load-bearing concrete stem walls for the building. So that's how we approach the space plan as well, knowing which walls we can and cannot knock down. So that's part of it. There may or may not be any structural on the project. If we can just utilize configurations of space within the stud walls and not have to reinforce anything, then we should be good. Our engineering team has not yet been out to the site.
And once they go out and they bring back data, we got impact 47,000.
Only if structural, it comes back with some heavy concerns. That's probably the only caveat. MP&E would not affect that number now.
Really quickly, I just want to bring Paloma back up. Now she has something to address.
More about the plans kind of as we go along with some of you, but I just wanted to share some more input from the task force too, just so you know that that's something that I'm being very thoughtful about and that they really care about too, which is the space looks like them and reflects them and feels comfortable to them. So one thing that they had mentioned and that I had brought up is we have places to put photos and posters and collages of people important to the community. Oh my gosh, I spend every day I talk to someone who talks about someone else who is important to our district, to, you know, even South Phoenix and the impact here. So that's really important. And it's so funny, governing board member Trujillo, that's exactly what I was thinking, the Frank poem, right? And so that kind of builds attention for the space. But even just, like I said, collage of important people in to our community, within our district, images of our families, events here throughout the timeline of our district. So those are definitely something that the task force has communicated about. And then task force 3, which is coming up this February too, that I really want to communicate and give opportunities for, is that you will not, you don't need to wait till the center is open to be part of the center and make it your own. So they'll also be provided with opportunities to come and make it look their own. Help volunteer to, you know, look at the furniture, the placement, how it looks, decorate, all of that. That's important to me, and I know that's important to our task force. I just wanted to share that with you, so.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. You're doing great work. I appreciate you.
I have a quick question. Of course, it's a we have to transition just a little bit. So to Ms. Palom's point, what does item 1A, identifying and determining, I mean, actually A and B, what do those meetings with stakeholders and community partners and internal groups, what's all that look like?
That's exactly what Paloma's been doing. She's had a great start with gathering that group of stakeholders. Normally that is something that we can identify. If the district can't identify that group of people, then we would help to do that. She has that group of people established. If it needs to grow bigger, if we need to do more exercises with them, which I think that it's probably in order based on some comments here tonight, to do that with the task force to make sure that the space does signify the specific community.
If that makes more concern now. So does that mean there wasn't your guys' own plan to do that on your own? You're relying on Paloma?
No, definitely not, but it's a group effort. So we can help to provide those resources or additional resources as well. I know that she already has a baseline established, so I don't want to undo anything that she has done so far. We'll just build upon it.
Okay, but what does building upon it look like? That's what my question is. I apologize.
No, it's okay. So I think in some of her slides, she showed that she was doing breakout sessions. She was aligning, you know, vision, mission, goals, values of the project, things that they want to see implemented. So those are the types of meetings, the breakout sessions, the sticky note activities. We participated in that in task force meeting number 2, which was great. We got to hear firsthand the ideas about the naming. I think that with this basic visit and now hearing comments here tonight and then moving forward is to be part of those task force meetings and to help to conduct specific activities that will add on to her meetings with those persons, with those stakeholders, so that we can dial in specifically to design. So the task force meeting that we attended in early January was just to kind of get some initial feedback. We toured the space, I think it was the Thursday or the Friday right before break. So we ran like a racehorse to throw the spaghetti at the refrigerator, I would say, to see what sticks, and 3D scanning the space, building the model so that we knew what we had to work with, what was structural, what was not. So we went through a whole bunch of due diligence hoops in order to, you know, present them with some ideas for banter. So it was great to hear back from them. That's just the kickoff point.
So do you have internal people that take care of those roles, or do you partner with agencies maybe that?
No, that's all internal. And that's something that we do all the time, whether it's in person or virtual, you know, whatever the preference is. During COVID, you know, we had a lot of virtual meetings, and we had to take what we normally do in person in committees and you know, public libraries and such, and bring that to the virtual platform. So, and it's a very similar platform of communication that Paloma has started. So we would, again, take that group of stakeholders, but we would implement our processes and some of our strategies to extract specific information to the design. So she's done that for the, you know, the branding, the marketing, the naming, the iconography, and all of those responses. Ours would be specific, geared toward the design.
I have 3 questions. Number 1, the scope number 1 includes new windows. Where would these windows be if it's the basement?
So there are clear story windows on the north side. They allow a lot of light in right now. Some of them are either boarded up or damaged. So that is something that they would need to be replaced, and most likely in what I'm going to call in-kind of the same because it is a historic property. And the State Historic Preservation Office will want to see that either restored or left in place, and then the new window behind it. There's some rules and regulations regarding that, which should go.
My second question is for scope number 2. What are the potential parking upgrades that you think would be needed?
So it was identified on the lot that there may be a need, depending on the popularity of the center, that toward the northwest part of the property, if we had to expand parking in the future, that would be an optional opportunity. It's not on the table at the moment, but they've identified that if it does become a need, and if there isn't enough parking, that there is space for that.
And my last question is, the scope does not include the permits. Do you have a ballpark or estimate of what those permits, based off of, the age of the building and just the size of the project, what the permits would be?
I can find, the city of Phoenix will have a tabulation based on valuation of the project. And so, although I cannot recollect off the top of my head exactly what those costs are, it is based on valuation of the project. The city of Phoenix.
Thank you.
So Dr. Weeks, if we approve this, then do we make a motion with it amended with that cap thing that you were saying?
I would, not to exceed,
Yes.
because in the item itself, it doesn't specify the amount, right? It says administration recommends the governing board approve the scope of work by SPS, by architects and engineering services at Kenilworth to the Family Empowerment Center. So technically, you're not authorizing an amount at all. You're just authorizing scope of work, approving scope of work.
And then is it still your recommendation that we do approve this?
Yeah, I think these guys are probably gonna want to get paid, so we do have an amount on the attachment of 47,000, and we have a 1 GPA cooperative contract number. So I'm understanding that this contract is better to procurement.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So from a procurement perspective,
Question, so does that mean we were paying for work already done and not anything going forward?
I don't think so.
No, the contract that you're looking at right now with the 1 GPA for the budget amount of $500,000 for the construction budget, our fees based on a percentage of that construction budget with 1 GPA. And so that would be for services like for right now moving forward. So
Thank you for clarifying. Any further discussion, everyone? Does everyone want to move forward further on this? Or
Let me go on motion.
to approve as
To
presented?
approve, presented with the wording that Dr. Weeks provided.
Not to exceed, but just want to get the word right so that we. It's a lot, it's not everything she needs.
What page does it show 47,000?
Monique put it in the request approval of issuance of a purchase order to SPS Plus Architects one GPA contract number 18-21P-15 for $47,000. So she put it in the request approval line with that amount.
I see it, but I wasn't too sure what extra wording we were adding as far as the not to exceed.
Oh, I see, it's in the subject. So then, administration recommends the governing board approve the issuance of a purchase order to SPS Plus Architects when GPA contract 18 not to exceed with $7,000. So we've got a little bit of typo here going on. So it's right in the subject. So, but the ask is always. So that's right. For issue. Administration recommends that the board approve the issuance of purchase order. Plus architect. Not to exceed $47,000. Provide for take a little bit of the subject.
Right, another question about that. So does this also mean that we are solidifying that Kenilworth is going to be the family resource center?
That's what this says. Now, the firm was happy to go anywhere in the district that you like. But this was the place that the district said they would like for them to go. So they put their proposal.
The first location though, the first location, they're suggesting there'll be multiple.
Yes, Dr. Reese is correct.
But we also went over how expensive said first location may be.
Right.
Okay, so Reggie already made a motion, so can we second that, or we need to make a new motion?
Would you agree to a friendly amendment, Reggie?
Yeah,
So Alicia Big, I'll second that.
Perfect. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay.
Nay.
And with that, the motion passes. And we will move on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Present, we're moving up to which one?
Thank you, Mr. Quintana. Let's move on to item H1, memorandum of understanding between Shining Light Foundation and Phoenix Elementary School District for a mural project at Plant Services in the honor of Black History Month.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Keaton, can I interject?
Sure.
You have a modified agreement that was printed out and approved by legal and the foundation this afternoon. So what is uploaded has been replaced by what you have. What you have is what we're recommending and would be put into the minutes and memorialized that way. So maybe take a minute to kind of take a look at it. At the end of the day, I think it's a wonderful opportunity, although I don't have a lot of experience with the Shining Light Foundation. It's an opportunity to provide some beautification and our plant services building, and I believe they had asked for a second location. Plant services building.
on Grant Street.
Yeah, that's correct. It's the wall facing Grant on services. It's the second building from Central not the first one, the town center, but the second building. And so the first one they want to do that kind of services. And the second one, they want to fix the school to paint the second mural. That's something that we just found out this afternoon because initially came to us with the idea of doing one mural at town services. And this afternoon they mentioned that if we get board approval, they would like to do two murals. The second one, they'd like to select one of the schools. We have not identified the school yet. That's something that we will want to do, and also pretty quickly.
Mr. Quintana, you got some, can you describe the two murals?
Yeah, so as Dr. Weiss mentioned, this is an opportunity we had with Shining Light Foundation. They came to us, they have this project that they're working on, basically nationwide, and in Phoenix specifically. They want to paint 28 murals across the Phoenix area that basically represent the 28 days of Black History Month. And so with that, they approached us about initially doing one mural, and now, like I mentioned, they want to paint two murals. One of them is it's an image of Dr. Martin Luther King, basically making a speech, and the second one to paint a mural of three Black NASCAR drivers that they want to showcase those. And again, that's going to be two of the 28 that they want to paint in the Phoenix area. Some of the kind of more of the logistical things that they would like to have these murals up for at least 2 years. It'll be at their expense. There's no expense to the district for doing this. They would also maintain them if there is some kind of damage or something to them. They will also maintain them as well. And it's a good opportunity for us to celebrate the Black History Month, and we're excited about the project, and we're hoping that the board consider.
I'm just confused why there's dates on here. And that already passed. Number two, the dates for the mural project are January 16th, 2022 to January 30th, 2022.
Yeah, to be honest with you, we were also confused too because they wanted to paint these by the 1st of February, which is obviously not very quickly. They approached us actually a little bit after the 16th. So by the time they approached us, they had already started. So they want us to respond to them very quickly so they can begin to paint. And so it's somewhat rushed, if you will, because I think they were trying to align all the funding and so forth. It was project here in the Phoenix area. They have their partnership with the Phoenix Suns and NASCAR and other providers that are going to be providing that they're going to be supporting this and funding it. But the dates are confusing because they come to us after the 16th.
Please, Rocky, did anybody from this organization sign on?
Yes.
They did.
No, I mean, on our Zoom, because we had asked for somebody to.
Yeah, we did ask Miss Gisette Knight to join us. She's the director there at Shining Light Foundation. Unfortunately, she was available to about 8 o'clock this evening, and after that, she was not available to join the call. So that's it.
Okay, but it doesn't cost us anything, right?
Correct.
Okay.
There's no cost to us. Again, if there's any kind of repair that can be made, you go down the road or something, they will repair. For the next couple of years. We can also decide if we don't want the murals for the 3-year time frame. It's our decision to also pay over the fees we would like to block.
I would just make a recommendation that the second school be in the Eastlake neighborhood, so that's Faith North or Shaw.
And also in there, or if it would be also a wonderful spot too.
I was wondering if the students recruited to write reports and things like that on these, the projects chosen for this would be our students, or would that be at the discretion of the agency?
That could be, that could be our students. I think the being will support that. It's our own community and our own students are doing this.
I wasn't too sure what that would be. But can I clarify what, Mr. Carrillo's their recommendations? That's what I was thinking.
And Mary Macmillan is in school, which is also in South Phoenix.
That's what I was envisioning. Is that considered more South Phoenix? Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Do we need a motion then to?
I'm just concerned about these dates. Should we approve them with these dates?
I don't think approving them with these dates really changes much. The Mural project, January, it's clearly was 27. They're not going to make these dates. I don't know if you need to change the motion around. You could direct administration to provide accurate dates before signature. We can get to the signature with some, with the appropriate dates. So you can approve it contingent upon accurate mural project dates.
This one, are you concerned with the dates on the first page at the bottom?
Yeah, the 16th and 30th.
One thing we do know from them is that they would like the painting ideally by the end of the month, so that's ready for February first day. So that date, I think it was good. Is the 16th a concern or just the range of dates?
Well, it's just, best practice. They don't go into an agreement when the dates clearly are not accurate. But, to just to the point of the MOU, like, it's free, we're not losing anything. It's not really tying us to us spending anything, so I'm okay with just moving forward as is, but I would just would like a board update on when exactly those dates will be.
I agree, because even at the very top, when I was wondering if this was like continuation, because we've gone into an agreement prior, because it does have the 2021 date on it. So would this have started in 2021 and now we're just finalizing it, or did this just kind of take place? So we added it to the agenda?
So definitely the year is incorrect. It is 2022. So that would change before we sign the actual agreement.
With that in mind, may I have a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between Shining Light Foundation and Phoenix Elementary School District Number 1 for a mural project at Plant Services and other locations in honor of Black History Month, contingent upon correct dates. Just the one also moved.
Anybody in a second?
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. With that, the motion passes. Thank you very much, Mr. Quintana. On to item I1, policy and strategy. With our first reading.
Yes. Madam Chair, members of the governing board, this has been a dream of mine for a long time. stripping criminal justice language out of our discipline policies has been, so we found the team that can figure this out. And so I want to celebrate the team. I know we have a presentation tonight. I know there's been a lot of hard work put into this, but I can tell you that I can retire a happy man knowing that we have at least taken some of our policy and begun to strip away the criminal justice, what I call penal verbiage, out of our policies. And I'm very happy for that. So I'm happy to turn it over to Dr. Gonzalez and the team and let you kind of take a look at this first read.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks, President Trujillo, board members, and audience. Dr. Shire he headed up a committee during the summer, and he's going to do a presentation to share with you the recommended changes that we're proposing to 3 of our key discipline policies.
All right, good evening. How we doing? You guys want to stretch? We're good? Yeah, stretch out a little bit. Take a breathing exercise. We can do this. I appreciate all of your hard work and everything that we've been doing tonight. It's been a historic night all the way around. So please admit water's a good idea. It's good to hydrate. So there it is. Now it's just a good water bottle. So that's always good. It helps. Yeah. All right. So that being said, thank you, President Trujillo, Governing Board, Cabinet, our audience, and to all of our viewers that are still out there. I know some of our community members that are going to be celebrated here tonight are viewing as well out there, as well as our families. So thank you all very much for your persistence in staying with us tonight. This is something that, as Dr. Weeks said, it's something that I also feel very passionate about, both in my role previously as a school principal and now in my new role as the coordinator for student success for our district. And I am honored to be representing the work of many very talented individuals tonight to bring these policies to you. So that being said, for our agenda tonight, we're going to be just basically taking a look at the process that we went through to get to this point for our policy review. We took a very grassroots approach to really looking at ASB policies and making it shift to the community that we serve. Description of the first 3 of these policies that are coming to you tonight as a first read for your approval and input, and then next steps that are going to come after that. That being said, I wanted to really couch what we are doing tonight in the science and the work that is out there right now. I'd like to cite a memorandum from the American Pediatric Association. They wrote back in 2013 that the implications and consequences of out-of-school suspension and expulsion and zero tolerance are of such severity that their application and appropriateness for a developing child must require periodic review. The indications and effectiveness of exclusionary disciplinary policies that demand automatic or rigorous application are increasingly questionable. The impact of these policies on offenders, other children, school districts, and communities is broad. Periodic scrutiny of policies should be placed not only on the need for a better understanding of the educational, emotional, and social impact of out-of-school suspension and expulsion on the individual students, but also on the greater societal cost of such rigid policies. And again, that was written 10 years ago almost by the American Pediatric Society to really show that what we are doing as Phoenix One and taking the lead in rewriting these policies really is encountered in best practices and in the research that is out there. And I'll be showing you a lot of that as we go through. So getting to the good stuff. There we go. All right, so timeline, yeah, rocking warm, yeah. So timeline of the work a little bit for you. So this has been a labor of love and something that we have been working on for quite some time. As several of you know from the board, back in the spring of this year, we approved what I see as an incredibly important one, probably in my opinion, the most important document our district has done in a long time, which was the equity plan. And in that equity plan, there was 7 specific policies, discipline policies outlined for review. And the board wholeheartedly adopted that and put us to work on making sure we identified those policies. So not wanting to waste any time, we got right to work on that. Immediately that summer, we formed a committee, which I'll be thanking here in a moment, of a diverse group of stakeholders from across our district, both in terms of the sites that were represented, but as well as the jobs that they did throughout our district. And we met daily throughout the entire month of June. And these were people that were really, truly dedicated to the process. I'm sure we have a lot of different plans and wishes and wants in the month of June, but they really were committed to this process for hours at a time each day going through this. At that same time, as you know, we were also laboring under the shadow of the legislature, which has been a theme in our work throughout the night and throughout our profession. And we knew that there were changes coming in that as well. So HB 2123 was also occurring at that time, had not yet been enacted, but we knew it was coming. And so we want to make sure that we also created policies that would be in alignment with that, as opposed to being reactionary and having to change policies as a result. We want to be in alignment with it. So that was also kind of concurrently going as that grassroots that we had already started as a district were in place. The end result you'll see is a policy that is both progressive in its action and its scope, but also fully aligned with state law as we need to be. That being said, that then takes us to now. So here we are in the fall, looking at the first 3 of the policies. All 7 have been revised by the committees, but we're going to take this one bite at a time and talk about the first 3 big ones. And then the hope ultimately is my personal goal is to make sure that you have in front of you all 7 of the updated policies by this spring. But today we'll be talking about the first 3 big ones because we've all been working hard enough as it is tonight. So it's very nice. There we go. Okay, so I would be remiss not to really highlight the incredible work that this diverse committee put together. As you can see there, we have individuals from every single school site. We have administrators, we have principals, we have social workers, we have psychologists, BISs, and we even have a parent, Dr. Elizabeth Anthony, who helped represent and talk a lot about what we're doing in the relevant research. I want to also especially thank Director Alicia Zelvis, Dr. Lisa Persinger, Ms. Ebony Cotton over at Bethune, Ms. Cheryl Culver over at Capital, Ms. Camelia Harris over at Magnet, and Mr. Jay Barbudo over at Edison, and also our elected representatives. They formed what was essentially our executive committee, which allowed the work that all of these committee members did. We then sat down for another week and really hashed out to ensure that the language, intent, and philosophy was fully aligned amongst all the various subcommittees. But all of these individuals that you see up here did incredible work on behalf of our district and did it with passion and just inspiring, absolutely inspiring. So what did we do? Over that time period, we looked over these 7 policies, again outlined in our equity plan. We see JK, which is student discipline, that is sort of an overview policy, JKA on corporal punishment, JKB on the detention of students, JKD, which is the overall suspension of students. That one we'll also be looking at specifically tonight. JKE, the expulsion of students. That is the 3rd policy we'll be looking at. Then there's also JKDA, which is the removal of students from school-sponsored activities, as well as JLDB, an incredibly important policy that outlines restraint and seclusion. As I said before, we have proposed revisions for all of these that will come to you eventually. But we want to make sure that these first 3 kind of came to you first. So I wanted to real quickly just walk you through the actual process. The committee was basically, that large committee so was divided up into 6 subcommittees. Each one was essentially attacking one of the policies and really kind of taking efforts to understand it and really couch it into the philosophy of the general committee. Each was given a specific policy to study and compare it to policies of other districts, both locally and nationally. Emphasis was placed on aligning our own policies more closely with that of Phoenix Union. To their credit, they actually updated their policies back in 2020. They were one of the few districts that we found both locally and nationally that had even taken the opportunity to do so. So we wanted to make sure that our policies were well aligned with theirs, since they're obviously a place where many of our students end up going, as well as to adopt the progressive policies emerging in other districts nationally. As I said before, the committee was also aware that the needed craft policy that would align with HB 2123, which is passed that summer. Just to give you a sense of the scope of work that committee dedicated itself to doing, we looked at policies as diverse from Denver Public Schools, Louisiana Public Schools, San Francisco Unified School District, Phoenix Union High School District, Alhambra, Cartwright, Creighton, Isaac, Kyrene, Littleton, Madison, Osborne, Pendergast, Roosevelt, Tempe, Washington, just to name some of the ones that we went through to compare what we were doing to what many of those had, or in some cases had not been doing, to ensure that we were in the right direction. So I talked a little bit about HB 213, just in case you are not living that that bill as I do each and every day, just to kind of give you an effort up to what that is. HB 213 is basically, there's a lot in it, but in regards to us specifically, and this is basically the one that I really want to emphasize is the stipulation that basically says, the legislature has stated that suspension cannot be utilized for students in grades K through 4. Okay, so essentially any student under the age, it says they cannot be utilized, I'm sorry, that applies to students K through 4, suspensions cannot be used for students under the age of 7. And in any case, for students under the age K through 4, if they are over the age of 7, so first of all, if they're under the age of 7, we cannot use suspensions by state law, it's not allowed. But if they're over the age of 7 in the K4 system, it has to fall into these different categories. Either A, for dangerous weapon, dangerous drug, immediately endangers the health and safety of others, or in the milieu of legal terminology, aggravating circumstances. And what that essentially emphasizes in the law itself is it has to be persistent, unresponsive to intervention, prevents teaching and or learning, and is documented. So that is sort of the stipulation. So that law came out basically simultaneously. I believe it came out in July, and we were working throughout June. So we knew it was coming. There are drafts out there that we were putting under consideration to make sure that the law that we have in place for you today was fully aligned. So that being said, we're going to be taking a look at 3 policies. That's going to be JK. So that is the one that sort of oversees all of them, like that's like the dad. And then we have smaller children, which are JKD on student suspension and JKE on student expulsion. So those are the 3 policies that we're going to be taking a look at tonight. Now, I believe in the board docs, you were provided both with the clean version, right, and then the red line versions as well, so you can see. But for the sake of clarity and rest and fatigue, we'll go ahead and just kind of highlight the major aspects of this. So in each one of these slides, what I essentially do is outline for you what ASBA has already said we should change in result of the law, and then what we ended up doing in addition to that. Oh, all right, so let's start with whichever one this goes first. Okay, so JK, there it is. So for JK, the ASBA had already stipulated changes as a result of 2123, as we've talked about. So that is going to be a repeated theme that ASBA had recommended. And then there was also an additional provision about regulating off-campus speech. So we could, as a district, simply said that's as far as we want to go. We're going to take ASBA's reported changes, and that's what we're going to do. Most districts, that is what they tend to do. Whatever ASB says, it's sort of a cut and paste job, and then it sort of goes into policy. Because of the equity plan that our district put into place, we realized that is not where we're at as a district. That's really probably not where we're at, our profession in general. But we wanted to make sure we took extra steps. So what else did we add to that policy? So for example, we took the section on principal communication expectations. That was sort of a subsection in the original policy. We moved that to the introduction. We did that because we truly believe it is of critical importance that we are clearly communicating at the site-based level to our families, to our students, what the policies are. And so we really want to make sure that we sort of began with that as a transparency process. This is also an opportunity for me to celebrate our principals and our IEISs tonight. We added a section and really highlighted on record keeping. We actually made that its own section. And the reason why was it was sort of this it was in the policy itself. It was not explicitly highlighted in terms of record keeping or what that should be. In there, we emphasized the use of confidentiality, the use of our adopted information system, which is Synergy, and the shared data annually with the governing board, which from this point forward, I will be doing for you each year, is sharing with you our discipline data. Now, I said I wanted to celebrate our principals and our IASs. This year specifically, we took our administrations, our leaders have had to do a lot of things that they haven't normally had to do. This year, they took the extra step that they become the holders of inputting every piece of discipline data relevant to student exclusionary discipline into Synergy. because we believed it was critically important that they knew what was going on their campuses. They were overseeing the exclusionary disciplinary process and inputting that data. I am happy to report as of today, 100% of all of those have been entered into Synergy, and we have no discipline errors whatsoever in Synergy. That speaks to the work of our principals and our IEISs. I can pretty much say without a doubt that I doubt very few districts in the state of Arizona can turn to their governing board and say we have no discipline data errors, but I pulled a report from Synergy just this morning, make sure I was speaking truth, and we are. So I really want to thank, especially right now, for any of our principals that are still watching out there. I want to thank them and our IES. It's incredible work that they're doing to ensure that the data that we have is clean so that we can then make the interventions, responses, and policies as a result. In addition, the other parts that we did in the policy, we struck out charter school because we have no charter school, so there's no sense in that being in our policy. We added specific legal language on record keeping, again, that keeps the state statute, and then we struck, there's a whole section in there about confinement, that the governing board so chooses to confine children, and if that's part of our policy, it's not part of our policy. We are not in the business of confining children. Confining children is shown to have detrimental impacts on them in many, many different areas, so there's no sense in that being in our policy, so it was simply stricken from the policy, but it's not something that we do with Phoenix 1. That leads us to the one that got really redlined, so if that wasn't enough for you, take a look at JKD. We really had a field day with that one. So again, you have the ASB policies of 82123. Most districts will simply say that was enough. We just added that language, that was it. As you can see, there was 9 additional changes brought in by the committee. So what does it all do? So addition for section for in-school suspension. Many, in fact, every district I've ever been in has a process of in-school suspension, right? So a student does something and you separate them from the school environment, but you're not wanting to send them home. You still want them there. They are participating in the process. There's nothing in the policy of ASB outlining in-school policy outlining in-school suspension. We want to make sure that was in our policy, that if that's something that we are doing as practice, it should be enshrined in policy, and the procedures and such should be going with it. So you'll find that in there. Number 2, the elimination of section of regular education for short-term suspensions. It's not necessary. In my opinion, ASB tends to make a lot of distinctions between students in exceptional education and regular education and treat them as 2 sections. In the case of short-term suspensions, it's not necessary. With that, the differentiation only happens long-term. So to differentiate based on exceptional education status wasn't necessarily appropriate at that juncture. Number 3, the addition of superintendent approval for 3 days. This was another huge ask of our principals, by the way. It was not something that we have traditionally done in the past. But this year we enacted basically a general policy before it became policy that suspensions over 3 days hadn't need to be approved by Dr. Weeks or designee. And again, our principals have been holding to that very, very tightly. I don't know how well Mr. Weeks appreciates the daily phone call. Well, not daily, we don't even do that, but he has been fantastic in being able to vet those incidents and work with our principals to ensure that we have different ways to work with them and find solutions. And so I thank them again for that. Another really important section I really want to highlight that the committee felt passionate about was there was nothing in the ASB policy about the obligation of schools to provide work to students that are experiencing exclusionary discipline, right? So again, not saying that we hadn't up until that point. I believe best practices have been that we always have tried to provide work to students if they have left us for a period of time due to their decisions. But why I have it as something that we sort of hope is to happen versus something that we should really enshrine in policy. So we felt very strongly as a committee to include that. So there's a whole section on there about the right of students to continue to receive work and to get feedback on that work during the course of which they are suspended from school, so that when they come back, we're not also dealing with deficits in what they have missed in the classroom at that time. So that was something that they felt very, very strongly about. In addition, here's another one that we felt really comfortable with. There was nothing really about, we really wanted to streamline and emphasize the communication that should be going out to the families and their caregivers regarding suspensions. It was very lightly touched upon in ASBA. We really outlined a very clear process of what are the rights of the families and how they are going to be receiving that communication in the process. Then a lot of the other aspects were formatting suspension over 10 days, making sure the language is especially clear. We want to make it a step-by-step process to make sure principals really understood what were the various steps as opposed to bullet points. So we really want to make that especially clear for them. We also, let's see, what else we We also added clarifying language for students in exceptional education. There was a whole section on there where we also added the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act that was not cited previously in policy. We want to make sure that was enshrined in there, as well as really emphasizing the rights of students in exceptional education during this process. In the original policy, for whatever reason, it also outlines in alternative suspension, it should be a model of social isolation for students. We removed that language. We believe that socially isolating students, while maybe appropriate in some circumstances, should not be a mandated aspect of an alternative suspension model that is actually proven in research not to necessarily have good results for all students. And so therefore we wanted to eliminate it as a mandatory. So that aspect of removing students and placing them into social isolation was removed. And then last but not least, making sure, like I said before, providing specific language for really early readmission to students, making sure that we very clearly outline the rights that students do want to appeal and have early readmission, that they have the ability to do so. All right, last but not least, again, we have JKE, that is on student expulsion. Again, ASBA just simply said, just add in the language for HB 2123, you should be good. We wanted to do more with that. This is something that doesn't happen very often, obviously, in our district, but we want to make sure that the process was really clear because expulsions does have a detrimental impact on a child if that is such a decision. So we want to make sure it was really clear both for the board, for the schools, and for the families that we're representing to ensure that they understand that process. So what is it that we added on there? We want to make sure that we are especially clear on highlighting the use of the hearing officers for expulsions and the right of the governing board to appoint those hearing officers. I am happy to let you know that hopefully by the next governing board meeting, you'll be approving 2 additional hearing officers for us to utilize in the district so that we have access to those individuals and their professional insight. The elimination of a section in there about governing board holding all decisions about law expulsions in executive session. It was sort of mandated and we're making that less so. Removal of step 3, basically doing general formatting for clarity throughout the process. Again, making it a much more clear process that when you look at the clean read, it's a much clearer process for the board in terms of what that looks like, as well as for families and that of school staff. In general, looking at students, and there was a language issue throughout ASBA. It tends to refer to students, it calls them special education students. And that there was actually an issue, and it's a right one, that they're not special education students. They're technically students in exceptional education. So you'll actually see that throughout all of these. It was especially highlighted in the student expulsion of like how you treat students or special education students. And so we just changed the verbiage on that one, because they're in a program, they are not the program. Again, inclusion of Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, providing information to caregivers in writing, and then just again, clarification of that expulsion language. So where does that take us? As I noted, that is a very, I believe Dr. Weeks said, or someone at some point this evening, it's been a long evening. So someone said 500-foot view. And so that is sort of our 500-foot view of what those policies entail. Like I said, you've got them also there in front of you in terms of both the red line versions and the clean versions. I think you'll see when you especially look at the red line versions and the clean versions, the amount of work and detail that the committee took into this process and the heart and soul that they really dived in there to make sure that these documents were removed of the legalese that Dr. Weeks speaks of. It is an impediment to the understanding for our families when they see those things. It's also an impediment, quite frankly, for us as administrators when we look at those things. We're not trained lawyers. We want step-by-step processes that are clear to ensure equity. And so that's also an important part of this whole thing. So where are we at right now? I'm big on giving credit where credit is due. I want to also give a huge shout out to my friends in the MIS department, Director McGowan, Marie Clark, and Rob Towner. We have been doing really credible stuff with our data warehouse program to ensure that the data that is now being cleanly collected by our principals, because they're phenomenal individuals, now is being uploaded cleanly into Synergy. And so what are we doing next? We are actually developing an equity dashboard inside of the data warehouse just for the behavioral aspect, so we can do a deeper dive into looking at the data that we're doing. What is it telling us from an equity standpoint? Now that we've got clear data and clear process of what's coming in, now we can really start utilizing that system that we've got in place, which is phenomenal, to really make some actually really good decisions, and it will allow transparency for when I ultimately come back in front of you and say, this is what our data looks like, and this is where we are celebrating, and this is where we have challenges. We can do that with confidence. We're looking at addition, so we're adopting policy right now. The fun part is getting policy done. The nitty-gritty is in the exhibits that are going to have to go with it, right? So we're talking about student code of conducts, the establishment of artifacts such as re-entry plans, which we've been piloting throughout the district with success, as well as advanced contracts, which are a way to shorten a student's out-of-school suspension, allow them to come back to school earlier under purview of the principal. These are new artifacts that we are piloting and rolling out throughout the district as we speak. They will become enshrined exhibits once these policies are formally adopted, because they fully align with the progressive nature and the restorative nature that these policies are now entailing. And finally, last but not least, coming to you soon are 4 additional policies: JKA, JKB, JKDA, and JLDB. We hope to bring those to you in the spring for additional, which will meet our goal to revamp the 7 different discipline policies outlined in our equity plan. And with that, I conclude and am more than happy to answer any questions that you might have at this point regarding the policies, the process, or anything else of that matter.
I am very excited about this. I definitely had some hesitations, but after hearing you present and understanding where these came from, I just want to see the data. I want to see our data often, very often, once a year. As we start with this policy, it's not going to be enough, I don't think, especially as we're trying to work through this equity plan. In order to checks and balances of that, we're going to need to see this data specifically. But I'm so excited that you're doing this data warehouse with equity data in it. And this is progressive. I, have a dream of a day where the policy says that we cannot suspend children at all, or definitely kinder through 4th graders, but I will take this and be happy with it. And I appreciate you and your team.
Thank you, Dr. And it will be my absolute pleasure that once we get that dashboard and the data warehouse up, I'm going to come and just be all over that. And my close colleague, Dr. Lloyd, who is our assessment and data coordinator, him and I nerd out on this type of data every day. So it will be our pleasure to be able to present that soon. Often.
When will you, when will the dashboard be ready?
So we've already got some aspects already in there. So we can pull quite a bit of data already at this point. Our first step was really to get it all cleaned up, which our principals have done a phenomenal job of doing. I would like to, as opposed to presenting sort of like what we have now versus what we're gonna have, I want the whole thing. I'm working right now with Raw Counter. I took a meeting, I think it was just last week, or oh my God, where we really talked about the vision of that sort of extra tab of the equity. So I'm hoping, I was told that it wouldn't be, moving mountains to get it done. So I'm hoping in the next few weeks that we should really have something up and operational. I will certainly include, once it's done, in a board update to you. And I'll do all sorts of visuals and pictures and make it real nice.
Thank you. Well, what sort of things can we expect from looking at the data? What will the data tell us?
So I am a firm believer that when we talk about the, again, I oversee MTSS, and one of the parts that they talk about with MTSS is that you really want to make sure that when you're utilizing data, there's an equity aspect to it, right? So obviously we want that data to first of all reflect things, quite frankly, about how we're utilizing suspension for what type of offenses, right? So when we are suspending, what type of offenses are we technically suspending for? And then who is receiving those suspensions, both age, race, and gender. So some of that right now, we're beginning to pull some of that data to look at, are we seeing disproportionality or disparity in the ways that suspension is being utilized for certain populations. I also want to put in exceptional education students under that category, as well as English language students, or emerging bilinguals, as I like to call Those populations are also ones that I want us to take a deeper dive at and really look at and see how those groups are impacted by our exclusionary disciplines, both out of school suspension and in school suspension. So there's going to be multiple levels of ways for us to look at that data, because exclusionary discipline, we tend to think exclusionary discipline is just when we suspend them, right? We remove them from the school. But exclusionary discipline is anytime you remove them from their daily activities. And so while in school suspension is certainly, I agree with Dr. Vink. I mean, it's certainly preferable to completely removing the child from school. At least they are still in the school environment. They're still being removed. They still are not. So I want deeper dive into how often we're utilizing that, who we're using that with as well. Fortunately, we're a district that doesn't use suspensions that often. I'm very proud of that. And that's something that I think is sort of embedded in the culture of our district. But where it is being done, I want to make sure we're doing it with a clear lens. And you don't know, it's hard to fix a problem you don't know, right? And for us at this point, our administrators, our schools, myself, we haven't looked at the data in that way. We haven't been able to, because the data was kind of dirty. But again, because of the incredible work our principals are doing, I can now say that we've got clean, valid data, which will then allow us now to make some real informed decisions and present that both to the board, but I also think it's a critically important that we're presenting it to our community as well, that they can see on board, like, this is the things that we're doing. Because as a parent, that's obviously something that we care very much about, is what's happening to our children in the places that we think are safe. We believe to be safe.
Thank you. And what remedies do we have? I imagine if we see that we have a higher suspension rate for African American students, what remedies are we looking at to address?
Well, if I had a silver bullet on the remedies of how to do that, I would certainly throw it out there. I can certainly say that we are on the right track in a lot of different ways. One of the ones right off the bat is I know that Dr. Gonzalez is helping to lead the work, and Dr. Weeks, quite frankly, with Dr. Rose on the culturally relevant leadership and pedagogy aspects of it. Many of us in CNI are being trained in that so that we become trainer and traders to the school. It is my hope that we make sure that we also encapsulate that data of what we're doing as a district and what's happening nationally in these areas as part of those overall conversations. The second is what's already happened at this point, which is allowing me to get in front of the principals and be able to bring this data to light and let them be able to explore the data. That's something that they never been able to do before. So it's very difficult for us to change our practice, right? And change our habits, quite frankly, when we're not even aware that there is a problem. And I think being able to get people to see that there is that. Third, I think we're already doing some of those things. For example, having the principals call Dr. Weeks or call Dr. Gonzalez when they want to suspend, that gives an opportunity to really have a conversation of who is the child, what is actually occurring. It gives you a thought partner. It's not an opportunity of got you or like, no. It's really an opportunity because as principals, we're very alone in our work. And so this is really an opportunity to call someone and say, hey, this is what I'm thinking, help me, and get that outside perspective. I also indicated that we're doing a couple different things regarding the advanced contract. That's something that I'm really pushing hard with several of our schools. I'll be happy to send, I think I did that in the board at some point, but if I didn't, I'm going to do it again and show you what that looks like. It's my favorite tool as a principal, which was essentially a contract that says, hey, what you did essentially constitutes a 4, 5, 6, 7 day suspension, but we're going to do 2. We're going to bring you back those extra 5 days. And during those 5 days, you're going to be on campus. You should be suspended, but as long as you do everything you need to do in those 5, you can be here. And it's a way to bring students back sooner, so it lowers your suspension rate. It gives you buy-in with the students saying, I believe in you, come back. I want you, I'm not trying to get rid of you, I want you back. I just need to have some parameters on it. And in my opinion, most importantly, it gives you credibility with the families and the caregivers because they know that you want to bring those kids back. So bringing in extra tools in the tool chest, I think is critically important. Right now, what's the saying? If every problem is a nail, then you can only use a hammer, right? Or something like that. That's late. There's an analogy. You're with me. I get you. Ultimately, what I'm saying is, as long as we only have one tool right now, which is suspension, then that's all we can do. And what we're trying to do is create more tools for our so they're better that way. More tools for our administrators to have to sort of address those disparities. But again, going back to it, I think getting the data in front of them first to create that awareness is critically important.
I agree. It's a shame that we don't have this data. I know it's not any fun or worse, but and I know a lot of schools don't have data. So I'm proud that you're coming in and we're putting this together, combining it. I hope that when we do look at remedies or we are receiving training, professional development on equitable practices to implement. I hope that we are receiving those from people who are most impacted by these issues.
Great, absolutely.
Thank you so much, and thank you to your entire team working on this.
I appreciate it. And again, my understanding is it's sort of a first read process, so I leave these policies in your very capable hands. And if you have any questions up to this point, let me know. And we look forward to finalizing them so we can get the exhibits associated as well as the rest of the policy. Thank you so much.
Right, that takes us to item J1, board reports and requests. If it's okay with the board, I'd like to start. I've just got a quick acknowledgement. January is school board member recognition month. And I just wanted to share that I am honored to sit alongside everyone on this board that was elected, and I feel that way today and every day. I really have learned a lot over this last year being with this group. And I just wanted to thank you all for what you do for our district, whether or not we see all of your hard work, because I know each of you has a lot going on, and there's tons of engagement there. I've had a great relationship with each and every one of you, and I could go on forever about what helps me learn and what I appreciate. But luckily for them and you, I tell them as much as I can, and I'm sure it's annoying. So thank you, Dr. Diaz, Dr. Reed, Vice President Bueno, Board Member Gudio, for all you do and will do in your time here at PSL. Any other reports?
Yes, this is Jessica Bueno. I'm so sorry, I'm on BC time, so I'm like crashing so bad. But I just wanted to share our experience at the conference, the National School Board Association. Mr. Cuddio and I attended the Advocacy Institute, and it was just a great opportunity. So I'm super thankful that we were able to attend. And I just wanted to share some of the highlights. We actually had the opportunity to go to Capitol Hill and talk to some of our congressional leaders and really thank them for the Build Back Better plan approval, the American Rescue Plan, and just really, you know, said thank you and really showed and shared our experience of what that money is doing to our district. I was able to really share, you know, all the great work that the health mitigation plan did, the pool testing, all your leadership, Dr. Weeks in this district. And, you know, I really was proud to share that message of thanking the federal level for all the money that we're getting, because as we all know, the state is horrendous and really putting us in a pickle. And I said, and I told Congressman Holleran's office that, you know, we need all the help that we can get at the federal level because the state is just not helping us at all. So I just wanted to share our experience, my experience, and you know, just continue that, you know, the school district here is going to be here to provide education to all our students and community. And we really hope that our community supports us at the state legislators to make sure that we get the money that we need. Thank you.
Any others?
I have a board request. I don't know if this would be a future agenda. I don't know. A request for an update on the Pathways to Success initiative. That's one thing I can request here, right? In terms of just an update on where we're at. It is concerning, I haven't heard much updates from it. We see the Family Engagement Center and they made a lot of progress. So I'm hoping that that's something that is reflected in the Pathways to Success initiative too. Because that is something that sits at a higher level. And again, we have a lot of great work to do and a lot of progress to make. The other request I have is just in the name of being transparent and accountable to our community and our teachers, and because of the situation that we're in, with the legislature and the aggregate expenditure limit is just an update, a board update on, actually, board request to be transparent with the community, to present to them to, what our action plan is, what our contingency plan is, if worse comes to worse. And again, that's the need to be transparent with the community. So they know what that, we do have a plan in place. And that's it.
I've got two myself, and I would like to ask for a board update on what our COVID vaccine and testing events look like, as far as offering incentives to our community and staff to increase participation. Assuming that those funds will come from ESSER dollars that we may or may not have, so that's number one, and then also to just keep in mind, that we may have to make a decision on keeping board meetings in person or online, or make other adjustments if we don't keep. Yeah, so maybe what that looks like, should we have to do that? And again, both before updates on what we're thinking about. That's all I've got. All right. Moving on to item J3, any future agenda items. I don't have any, so. All right. Hearing none, I will just share that our next board meeting right now at this time is scheduled for February the 10th, again at 6:15. It'll be in person here and live stream as usual. And with that said, we'll move on to item K, which is adjournment. We have a motion to adjourn today's meeting.
Just one also moved.
Thank you.
Rajikaria, second.
Thank you very much. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. With that, the motion passes and we will adjourn this evening at 10:31. Thank you.